A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to Wittgenborn for the season finale for the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your English live stream commentator. And the good thing is that you will hear my dulcet tones over the stream over the next few hours or so, and also for tomorrow. The 20th anniversary season has seen 155 drivers in 6 different classes, and back on June 25th we started a very truncated 101-day calendar into action. Wackersdorf started the season ahead of Mülsen, Kerpen, and now the Vogelsberring here in Motorsport Club Wittgenborn, not too far away from Frankfurt main train station, about a 65-kilometre journey away. We have tickets to give away for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain. We also have some champions to crown. Now, one champion that has already had his title decided before we've even gotten to this stage of the season has been Mika Trapp, who has now become the new champion, following on from a very successful season for the 118. But we are going to have 6 different qualifying sessions, which will comprise each of 7 minutes in total duration. And then we will have a full placard of races this afternoon. 12 today. We're going to have quite a few more tomorrow. Now, the reason being, just to remind a few people, we did have a significant incident in the second heat on the second race on the Sunday for DD2, which then meant that 2 finals day races were not completed. So DD2 and DD2 Masters will have an additional race tomorrow. So we will have a total of 28 races, which really gives us about the best part of just over 4.5 hours of racing, with the qualifying about to get underway momentarily with the Micro Max. Very tight in the championship standings on this one, coming into the 4th and final round, with the top 3 drivers in this, Noah Janssen, Gabriel Hoffmann, and Niklas Casarino, rounding out the top 3. They're covered by just 25 points, and you add another 3 to that, you add in Arjen Kreling, the number 62, who rounds out the top 4. We've seen some fantastic racing so far from the youngest class in the Rotax racing family. Noah Janssen was the one that really got off to the best start possible. So the way that the points are established here in RMC Germany is through that points are accumulated through your ranking after the heats, and then firstly qualifying decides your position for the 2 races today. So wherever you qualify, that's where you start on both races. You then have an intermediate classification after heats, and then that goes on to the starting position for the first race tomorrow. And then the second race is decided, tomorrow is decided courtesy of the finishing position of the first race on Sunday. So looking at the standings, Noah Janssen comes into this weekend here at the Vogelsberring, just over 1,038 meters. It has been had a massive overhaul since the last time I visited the circuit last year for the 2020 season finale, and the tarmac has been completely renewed, reinvigorated, and I think the drivers are quite enjoying it as well in the meantime. So there's going to be a lot more grip out there. The track has had time to evolve over free practice yesterday, and also we've had free practice this morning. So it is really the battle between Noah Janssen on 180 points, Gabriel Hoffmann, who has Croatian heritage, if anyone might remember from the last time out at Kerpen. The Croatian flag colours are on the actual roll hoop, just behind the driver's his seat on his kart. Niklas Casarino was also in the mix last year as well. He is in P3 at the moment on 155 points, just 5 behind Gabriel Hoffmann. Arjen Kreling rounds out on 152 points. Took the intermediate classification lead at Mülsen in the second week, the week before the Rotax Max Euro Trophy made its trip to Eastern Germany. So at the moment, looking at it from this way, it has been Nicolas Casarino actually had a good run going through into Kerpen, won the intermediate classification, so bagged a full 25 points. And then with regards to one of the heats, he managed to get a victory. So the good thing is you can't count out any one of the top four. And I have a feeling that this is going to go right down to the wire. A big thank you to those tuning in via the official Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel. And every single race has been will be broadcasted live, but also we will have every single race recorded live when they took place. The good thing is you'll be able to watch it completely 100% free of charge. A big thank you to the 40 plus people that are now watching. And if you haven't already, why not subscribe, like, and hit the share button whilst you're at it. Do you see that quite a few drivers from the Rotax paddocks. As I just see on my left-hand side, on the left-hand side of the screen says Kenyon Washington. Ran in this class last year, had 2 victories here last season at this very track, and made me nearly break my voice in the process. And by breaking my voice, I mean nigh on breaking my vocal cords to extinction. Yeah, he's been able to get back to full fitness after what happened. It was a health-related issue, not nothing to do with the driver himself. But I think due to an incident, from what I understand, there was no mechanical issue with the car. It was just the fact that Kenyon Washington did have a few medical checks post-Kerpen. And the main thing was sometimes you've got to exercise on the side of caution. You know, carts can be repaired. A human life is much more important. And the main thing is, it's good to see him and his dad managed to catch up with me in the meantime between this round here and also the previous round back in the penultimate weekend of August at Kerpen, the Erflangring, which I've also commentated at before. So a fantastic track. But there is a German commentator on site at Wittgenborn as we speak. And this circuit has been around since the 1960s. Good to see quite a few people there in attendance. So supporters now able to venture to the circuit. And some of these drivers that are actually competing this weekend will be heading to the B&L Karting Series season finale next week at Karting Genk, the home of champions. A few hours drive from this particular circuit where I will be in person, which will be a wonderful feeling because I haven't been to Genk since April of this year. I'm really, really looking forward to it. So 7 minutes of qualifying per class. And we are literally a couple of minutes away from getting qualifying going. So I know there's no chat on there at the moment. There are more people starting to watch the stream. So thank you very much for tuning in and joining us. The weather was due to be cloudy for the majority of the day. It's still predicted to be cloudy, but there is sunshine. Temperature currently at 17 degrees air temperature. And the good thing is, but from this perspective, there's going to be some great, fantastic racing action. A lot of people have waited for this season finale, and there are going to be a few lucky drivers that are going to be representing Team Germany between the 11th and the 18th of December at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit as the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals return. Subsequently, 2019, they ended up in Sanno in just off Mount Vesuvius, so not too far outside of Naples. And last year they were due to happen at Bahrain, got rescheduled to Portimao in January of this year, but obviously due to the pandemic situation, the event could not go ahead. In due diligence and obviously health and safety, that Rotax decided to cancel the event. But the good thing is I've already seen, as we have the green flag waving for our first qualifying session, there's a 7-minute session all in all, and the mind games have started as Just waiting for some of them to come out onto this wonderful circuit. It's very compact in certain areas where I was commentating last year, just off the start-finish straight, and good to see Camilo Horsinger and Streckencrew KCT back in earnest. So 7 minutes. This will decide the respective grids for heats 1 and 2 today. That is for all respective classes. So Len Abbas and Lennox Leitzinger, Arjen Kreling, Carlos Nies returns again, having taken part at Kaupen. Gabriel Hoffmann, second in the championship by 20 points. Christos Malakos is also back with us. Christos actually raced in this category last season, currently 5th in the standings at the minute with what is now 90 points. Has been, apart from a couple of moments at Kaupen, Christos Malakos has had a bit more consistency this season, which has been wonderful to see. And wonderful to see these younger drivers develop through the ranks, but we've yet to see an initial benchmark time. So Maximilian Pilch was last year's champion. We will have a new one crowned this season. Len Abbas goes in with a 53.059. Arjen Kreling 53.794, but Carlos Nies already into the 52s, a 52.662 from him, and Gabriel Hoffmann 52.713 seconds. Len Abbas just about 6/100ths off of breaking into the 52 second bracket, as there is Len Abbas on your screens at home, currently sitting in 4th position at the moment with 4 minutes and 45 on the clock to go. So we have 9 drivers, a total of 90 competitors here this weekend at Wittgenborn. So some have been putting in the training through yesterday. Nicolas Casarino goes top of the timesheets, 52.278 seconds from the number 12 kart, but Gabriel Hoffmann responds and goes quicker in the 95 by just 66 thousandths, and Nicolas Casarino finds himself 3/10 off the pace. Christos Malakos now rounds out the top 7 positions on a 53.167, 1.2 seconds off of Gabriel Hoffmann. We're fast approaching the halfway point of this particular first of 6 qualifying sessions, and Noah Janssen's gone straight in on his second lap in qualifying with a 51.813, and then all of a sudden Nicolas Casarino has responded in kind as well, 51.788 seconds from the number 12. The track is evolving to the amount of rubber that is being out by the Mojo Racing tyres, and also with the temperatures that we have out here at 17 degrees. It looks to be highs of 18. Weather could be a very different story tomorrow for the finals, so your guess is as good as mine. How will that spice up things? But you never know. As I always say as a commentator, I always believe it when I see it when it comes to the weather. So 3 minutes and 12 seconds to go. Block. Arjen Kreling now goes to within 5/1000ths of Nicolas Casarino. So the battle for pole position here in qualifying for the 4th and final race weekend of Rotax Max Challenge Germany, the 20th anniversary season, is very much up for grabs. There's Arjen Kreling, and then has the number 15 of Carlos Nies just behind. Len Abbas drops to 6th as a result of Carlos Nies now putting in Carlos Nies has put in a 52.028 on lap 2 in qualifying. It's just on lap number 4 and has done a 52.228. And Nicolas Casarino has gone quicker again, still on his 3rd lap in qualifying, a 51.647. It's a very tight and twisty circuit in the mid part, and then going over to the far part of the circuit, and there's plenty of overtaking opportunities. As you're going to see that through that corner where 3 drivers, including Gabriel Hoffmann, just gone. It's a perfect overtaking opportunity spot here. 2 minutes to go in the session, and Nicolas Casarino in the number 12 has a handle, one hand, on that all-important pole position. which could be very crucial to his campaign. Maximilian Pilch, last year's champion, actually admitted earlier on this year on social media that he would not be partaking, and he's racing elsewhere. So Maximilian Pilch, we wish you all the very best. Thank you very much for being a part of the RMC Germany Roll of Honour through its 20-year anniversary so far. Niklas Casarino puts in a 51.8 flat with a minute and 15 on the clock to go, but there are drivers that still have a window of opportunity. Probably going to get another 2 laps in qualifying. So if they cross it with about 58 seconds to go, and there has been a change. Lennox Leitzinger on the Tony kart, the number 96 new entrant for this weekend, has gone P6 on a 52.416. Top 5 rounded out by Carlos Nees are covered by just under 4/10 of a second. Noah Jansen trying to start winding up the wick, but it's going to be rather close here because we've got 30 on the clock to go. It is anyone's guess as to who is going to take pole position, but at the moment Niklas Casarino has that with hand around one side of it. But will somebody else put a little fly in the ointment, as it were? We've got 10 seconds on the clock, so these drivers here, and it looks like Gabriel Hoffmann will be the last to cross the line before any of the checkered comes out for the session, which it will do now. So checkered flag is out. Gabriel Hoffmann now has stayed ahead of Lennox Leitzinger, but has a chance. Carlos Nees has just put in a 51.397. That has put him ahead of Gabriel Hoffmann. Noah Jansen, 3rd. Christos Malakos will start in 9th, provisionally. Niklas Casarino puts in a 51.878, so he thinks he might have it in the bag, but I wouldn't be so sure quite yet, because we still have a few other drivers left to come through to complete their qualifying session. Last of which will be, I think, Gabriel Hoffmann in the 95. And it hasn't really changed, and that is it for the session. Niklas Casarino takes provisional pole position for the final round of the season with a 51.647 second lap time. Arjen Kreiling takes 2nd, just shy of a 10th and a half adrift. Noah Jansen in 3rd, Carlos Nees in 4th, Gabriel Hoffmann in 5th. Top 5 covered by just over 3/10 of a second. Lennox Leitzinger, Len Abbas, Tim Stieger, and Christos Malakos round out the 9 strong, all covered by 1.373 seconds at the end of that session. Any result that is called today by myself on the commentary is provisional, subject to technical and judicial matters after every single session. So effectively what that means is that they're not set in stone. So we head to our next category, be out very shortly. Minimax. Austin Lee was last year's champion. Mika Trapp has decided, well, very much in the late. Well, anyone might remember Max Heiss, who's now running in Formula 4 these days. Well, Max actually won the Club Sport title back in 2019 when I headed over to Kerpen. So Mika Trapp came into this round with 211 points for any dropped scores. Simon Meyer has actually opted not to participate either. So we will have probably a little bit of a battle for the latter positions in the well, when you look at it from this perspective, you've got the likes of maybe, I would say, we've got Alexander Klugel, I spot there. I see the 121 of David Girouche. I think also Matthias Schulte is there. Kenyon Washington's already confirmed that he's going to be racing, and I think Naim Bretag will be there as well. So, Minimax qualifying getting underway for the final time this season. Looks like David Girouche has gone out first. Naim Bretag has gone out second. Now it's a decision as who between Alexander Klugel Matthias Schulte and Kenyon Washington will go out. Well, there's looks to be the 191 of Nine Bretag. Klugel looks to be out as well, so we're just going to wait until they start. So David Girouche crosses the line. Alexander Klugel is out. There is Girouche, very fast and flowing first part of the sector, part of the circuit here at Wittgenborn. It's a lovely part of the world here, based not too far outside of Wexersbach. Based in the Hesse region, and there is Kenyon Washington and Matthias Schulte, so only 5, I repeat this again, 5 Minimax drivers, but nevertheless, sometimes it's not always about the grid size, it's always about the competitors behind the wheel. And, the good thing is, this could be a rather close fought affair, but David Girouche puts down the first banker lap, and it's a 49.952, instantly bettered by Alexander Klugel of 49.806. Bretag 50.496, so has a little bit of time that is needed to be found. There are the 2 Nice Racing drivers, Kenyon Washington leading Matthias Schulte. So across the line first, 50.736, Matthias Schulte. Quite a bit off, but manages to get... Look at the amount of slipstream you actually get through that first corner. So going through into turn 1. It is a bit of a sweeper in disguise, that left-hander. I've seen incidents go through there as well last season. David Girouche has just improved, 48.744. Alexander Klugel goes to within 0.3 second of the number 121. Girouche having Polish origins. I still remember his dad coming to me at Wackersdorf last year and saying, "It's Girouche, he's Polish." And I went, "Oh, thank you very much." He said, "You're saying it like you're French, like it's French." And I was like, "Oh, sorry about that." I said, "Thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me indeed." And Conrad Bayer has just messaged me saying, "Track surface looks awesome. I wished him good luck." And he said, "Yeah, the track's still as bumpy as it's ever been." Bumpy as hell were his exact words. Let's see if he can put something together with that Comp Kart chassis in DD2 Masters qualifying coming up at 2:45 this afternoon local time here in Germany. But David Girouche is going quicker every single lap, but then Alexander Klugel goes half a tenth quick, well, goes literally 14 thousandths quicker. Nine Bretag in third. Kenyon Washington has put in a personal best of a 49.483. Now, has there been a drama for Matthias Schulte? Because Matthias Schulte has not gotten out of the 50-second bracket. He's done 2 laps in qualifying, and he's done a 50.926 and a 50.934. Halfway through the session, there is Washington, neatly negotiating his way through the first part of the circuit itself. And Matthias Schulte has gone quicker still. Well, he's gone into the 49.2s. Alexander Klugel's gone sub 48.5, 48.462. That previous occasion. So a good run by 180 on the Mach 1 chassis. Girouche just a tenth behind, just over a bit behind. Nine Bretag, less than a tenth adrift off of Girouche. Washington a further 3 tenths behind, then a further 2 tenths back to Matthias Schulte. So it looks like this could be a very close qualifying session indeed, but they've got 2.5 minutes to find the ultimate lap time that could put them on pole position for both heats later on today. First one for Micromax will be at 15.05, and then the Minimax first one will be at 15.23 local time here in Wittgenborn. Alexander Klugel puts in a 48.709. But Nine Bretag has got the gap to just under 0.23 of a second in qualifying, as Washington and Schulte trying to work together a little bit, I think, here. There could be a little bit of a strategy with the teammates from Nice Racing running on the Mallow chassis. So, 1 minute and 3/4 to go. Schulte goes P3 and is 19 thousandths off of David Girouche. So Kenyon Washington is now the driver that needs to find a little bit of time, because I think that the slipstream that Matthias Schulte is getting from Kenyon Washington is assisting him quite significantly here. Just under a minute and 20 to go. Who's going to put it on provisional pole? Girouche at the moment is there or thereabouts. Alexander Klugel is within 7/100ths. Matthias Schulte is now just over 2/10 of a second adrift. So it looks to be between David Girouche and Alexander Klugel at the moment. There is the 121. Oh, getting a bit sideways there, having to use a bit of correction on Kart stepping out of the back end, but we're into the last 45 or so seconds. Girouche this will be his final time lap, and it will be the same situation for every single driver as Kenyon Washington goes through the middle of the circuit, 1,038 meters, so 1.038 kilometers in length. It's a very interesting chicane that when they go through, it's a right-hander, then it's literally you're straight lining that chicane, then into another. It's a right into flat line chicane and then into a left. We're into the last 18 or so seconds of the session. David Girouche. So David Girouche, can he extend the gap and over Alexander Klugel as now it's gotten even closer. Kenyon Washington's gone P4 and Matthias Schulte has gone quicker still. Checkered flag is out for this session. So Girouche takes provisional pole. Klugel will stay in second, but Matthias Schulte and Kenyon Washington, could they be the ones to put the proverbial pigeons? We are about to find out. Nein Freitag goes P4, but Washington's got to really punch it right now. And so has Schulte as they now make their way through the final left-hander onto the main start-finish straight. And it got close. It got very close indeed, but the closest qualifying session of the season for the Minimax contingent. 5 drivers in all, but it's David Girouche with an impressive 48.392 second lap time that takes provisional pole for Minimax. Alexander Klugel, 7/100ths adrift, then Matthias Schulte, further 73 thousandths adrift, then it's a further 96 thousandths back to Nein Freitag in fourth, with Kenyon Washington the top 5. So that concludes the first third of qualifying for today's festivities. So we've got heats this afternoon. And what we have now is a bit of more of a packed grid. The highest subscribed class this weekend, Junior Rotax. And the good thing is, we will have a new champion this season. The reason being is that Valentin Klus was last year's champion. And there is one driver that is at the front of the field. There's also 2 drivers that were actually in the mix for last year's title. Fahin Mega, last year's vice champion, and also Nikita Genza. Now, I'm going to have a look on my on the entry list here for Rotax Germany. So, Fahin Mega, I've already spoken to his mum Nina, who is there already, and wished them best of luck. I do wish every other competitor here today the very best of luck over the course of the weekend. So, the entry list for this weekend here at Wittgenborn, we're going to have a look at juniors. Nikita Genza is there as well. So, it's game on for the title. 188 points are in the pocket of Fahin Mega. Nikita Genza on 157. Denmark's Mikkel Pedersen is a little bit of a dark horse. He's at the bottom of the screen that you guys and girls are seeing on your screens right now on 150 points. Rafael Rennhofer could be another one to watch this weekend. He's on 129 points. For those that have watched his antics in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy this season, some might remember his incident in Adria this year that meant that he had a broken wrist. He still came back. He still came back racing, and he's taken a couple of victories this year in Junior Rotax in this championship. Nevio Fischer on 103 points rounds out the top 5 ahead of Rafael Balzer, Janis Stierk, Lewis Reichel, Austin Lee, Lewis Detling rounding out the top 10. Austin Lee, last year's Rotax Max Challenge Germany Mini-Max champion, was not present at Kerpen, actually headed back to the United States. His family is from. Has American and Filipino heritage as well, so he's looking forward to the opportunity that is presenting itself here this weekend. But we are into qualifying, and Adrian Rohr from on the 2:02, quickly followed by Rafael Balzer and Mikkel Pedersen rounding out the top three that got out of the pre-grid. Maximilian Schreier now exits that as well. Quite a few drivers here. That looks to be, I think I've just seen Hugo Gürtel in 274 running on the X-Prix chassis. So it will be Mikkel Pedersen that sets the initial benchmark, 47.519 ahead of Nevio Fischer, Moritz Volber, Louis Jacobs and Gregor Feigenspan without the top, well, what is now the top 10 because it's all changing. Olli Glan goes P2. There's Fahim Mega. Mega yet to set a time. So 25 drivers out on the circuit. Austin Lee, actually, funny enough, has been racing in the Belgian Max Challenge quite recently at Karting Genk and took an 8th place. He was competing with the likes of teammates from JJ Racing, Kai Rielertz, who was the reigning and defending, well, who's now a 2-time Rotax Euro Trophy champion. I think he's also on course for maybe taking the B&L Karting Series title next week. But Rafael Balzer goes quickest of anybody. The 2:17, last year's top rookie, if memory serves me correctly. His mum's the most passionate parents I've ever heard, and if anyone might remember, the first time I came across Rafael Balzer was at Sarno, and his mother was literally shouting his name out, and she doesn't need a megaphone, that lady, bless her. But fine, Mega on cue now, goes top of the timesheets, 46.536. Fine, so Janis Dieck up to second ahead of Montego Masson, Rafael Renhofer and Austin Lee rounding up the top 5, covered by just over 2.5 tenths. Balzer, Genzer, Pedersen, Schreier, Rohr ran out the top 10, followed by Olli Glan, Louis Detling, Moritz Volber, Leandro Fischer, Gregor Feigenspan, who completes the top 15. Well, that's quickly changed, courtesy of Jonny Mertz, the 2:30, who's now just gone 14th. Leon Vacula and Leandro Fischer have now improved to 13th and 16th respectively. Louis Detling not yet improving. 3.5 minutes of the session still to go. But Fahim Mega has gone quicker still, 46.449 seconds. Fahim Mega won the Minimax Grand Finals title back in 2018 at Conde Pareba. He really has come into prominence now, having made a team switch earlier on in 2021, and it was actually the end of the 2020 season, which was curtailed in many respects, reference a few events, courtesy of the COVID-19 pandemic. But 3 minutes to go. Fahim Mega is now 88 thousandths quicker than Janis Dieck. Montego Masson further 10th adrift. And it's Mikkel Pedersen, Rafael Renhofer, Austin Lee, Adrian Rohr, Rafael Balzer, Louis Detling and Nikita Genzer running at the top 10. This could be the real moment where Nikita Genzer needs to try and get further up the order. And as I say that, he goes ahead of Austin Lee to go P6 session. 3:33 seconds adrift, 46.782 seconds was the lap time. 2 minutes and 25 still to go. The drivers are pushing like crazy. The times are evolving. The rubber going down on the track is giving the drivers grip. This newer surface, okay, Conrad Bayer says it's bumpy as hell. However, the main thing is that the track surface will be conducive to increased performance. I think we might be seeing quicker lap times than last year, if I'm completely honest with you. Fahim Mega's gone quickest again. He's gone quicker still. 46.393. Nikita Genzer up to P3 behind Janis Dieck by 2/1000ths of a second. So 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock remains. Is anyone going to pip Fine Mega to the post for pole position for today's heats? There is still time on the clock, just over 90 seconds to go, and it's anyone's guess. Jonas Ungnada has been struggling and is down to 21st. Ollie Glan up to 16th, having been at the sharper end of the field earlier on in the session. But the three drivers rounding out the top 10 from 8th to 10th is Austin Lee, Louis Detling and Adrien Rohr. The top 10 covered by just 0.485 seconds. There is Austin Lee, and he's being followed by one of the Unicart Racing Team drivers, possibly. I think that might have been Rafael Balzer, I think just came into shot, the 217. Janis Diak and Nikita Genza. Janis Diak's gone quicker and has gone to within half a tenth of Fine Mega with 50 or so seconds on the clock. There is the 233. That is Leandro Fischer. So Nevio Fischer was racing in a lower class last year. And Nevio and Leandro now in the same class. Who'd have thunk that one 12 months ago, eh? There is the 207. That's Leon running on a Sodi Kart chassis, running under the same awning as Nikita Genza with Budakart Racing Team. Fine Mega has gone a little bit quicker that time around. In terms of his previous lap, his sixth lap of qualifying was a 46.463. And did a 46.427. Rafael Renhofer improves, but doesn't improve in position. Louis Jacobs up to 13th. Hugo Göttel now up into 18th. The checkered flag is now being waved for the conclusion of the session. Fine Mega by 51 thousandths might have nipped it in the bud early and got everyone talking and got everyone put under pressure. So Louis Detling, 8th place. From Kraft Motorsport. Fine Mega, 46.557 was his last lap in qualifying. But will Janis Diak have anything to say? Will Nikita Genza? No, Genza doesn't have an answer. Janis Diak could be a danger here. Rafael Renhofer won't improve. Montego Masson won't. Neither will Mikkel Pedersen. Drivers crossing the line. No, Nevio Fischer, not a chance. But Janis Diak's the one I'm waiting for to cross the line. Will the 239 have will have an offer of something to prove? I don't think he has. Just wait to see if anyone else crosses the line. Zeno Falca only did 4 laps in qualifying, but it looks like Fine Mega has taken provisional pole. That is it for the session by 51 thousandths of a second ahead of Janis Diak. Nikita Genza second in the title race. Is in third ahead of Rafael Renhofer, Montego Masson, Mikkel Pedersen third in the championship P6. Nevio Fischer, Louis Detling. Good showing by Austin Lee to finish in 9th ahead of Adrien Rohr. Rafael Balzer just fractionally outside of the top 10 by 97 thousandths. Then it's Jonny Mertz, Louis Jacobs, Leon Vacula, Moritz Wolper, Maximilian Schreier, Ollie Glan, Hugo Göttel, David Schnell, Gregor Feigenspan, Leandro Fischer, Jonas Ungnada, Richard Thomas, Tom Müller, and Zeno Falca. That is the 25 strong grid here in Junior Rotax. And next up, in about a few moments' time, about a minute or so's time, we're going to have our Senior Rotax contingent, 22 drivers here this weekend. And coming into this, the title is incredibly close. Now, remember last season that Linus Henson went and just literally tore up a cutting path. He took multiple race victories last year. Very different format, but this year it's made it closer because Linus Henson is the defending champion. Luca Thiel has got the bullseye of Linus Henson completely in his crosshairs because it hasn't been easy. Now, anyone remember what happened in Kerpen last time out? Henson and Thiel came to blows. Could it happen again here this weekend? There's only 21 points separating them at the moment. So Linus Henson comes into this race weekend on 169 points. Luca Thiel on 158. Lukas Hartmann, third place ahead of Köster. Bennett Arens, Lucas Thompson, Maurice Schmeis, Finn Stiak, Maddox Wirtz, and Giuseppe Fico. The latter two who were tied on points, 56 apiece. Giuseppe Fico, unfortunately, excluded from the last race at Kerpen. They're on 56 points apiece, but qualifying is about to get underway now. The good thing is that the drive opportunity to get onto the circuit. They already have done so. So 22 drivers here at Wittgenborn. Finn Stiak is the driver that has gotten out there first in comparison with anybody else. And the good thing is, who's your money on, folks? My money is on the unpredictability of racing. That's what I love about this championship. So good to see quite a lot of familiar names out there. Vivian Michel Heid, Finny Hamfrecht, Mats Johan Overhoff, who's been running in the DEKM this year. Leander Luke Schneider, Luca Thiel, Maurice Schmeis, Maddox Wirtz, Lasse Reinhardt, amongst others, Luca Köster. Always good to catch up with him, and hopefully I'll catch up with him very, very soon in person. But Luca Köster has put in the benchmark that is needing to be chased, and that is a 47.107, but Bennett Alren's on cue goes up into the 46s by a considerable margin, 46.66 second from the 3:27 from Germany. Adrian Dobrich from Austria. We do have a couple of mixed nationalities. We have one or two Austrians here and there. Adrian Dobrich is one of them. Another one should be Alexander Scheiblecker. Looks like we've got 21 senior Rotax drivers. So Scheiblecker not showing, I think not have shown here at the circuit this weekend. So we are around the 90 driver mark. There is Luca Thiel, 399, just going through the mid part of the circuit. Bennett Arons goes into the 46.0s by 7, well, and he pips Maddox Wirtz. Linus Henson rounds out the top three. Max Busch, Lasse Reinhardt, Lukas Hartmann, Finn Stiak, Kian Agasade, who was a junior last year, let's not forget, now up into seniors for 2021. Adrian Dobrich and Darius Nitu, as Luca Thiel goes top of the timesheets by a clear 2/10, 45.834, and Linus Henson, the reigning defending champion and points leader, responds by going 31 thousandths of a second quicker than that. Well, they do say that it's times of a show, points are to go. You don't get points for qualifying, but in the heats a little bit later on, their first one will be at 2:25 p.m, which is in around about 55 minutes time. There is Linus Henson. He's also been running pretty well in other championships. He has competed in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, managed to get some solid finishes this season. It seems to be at the national side of things here in RMC Germany that he seems to thrive more than... But I'm sure that his time will come in senior Rotax in a more international aspect. Finn Stiak goes 7th. Maddox Wirtz stays in 5th place as we've got just over 3 minutes of the session remaining. So Luca Thiel has responded and has gone back onto provisional pole with a 45.693, but then Luca and has just gone in and done a 46.579, so letting the tyres cool down a little bit, I think. Bennett Arons goes up into what, well, is effectively in 5th place at the moment, but no real change as of yet as to what is occurring here. But Luca Thiel is the one that needs to be beaten if they want to get at the front row of the grid for their first and second heats. The second heat actually takes place at 5:47 p.m. this afternoon, and for those wondering about the format, it's 7 minutes plus an additional lap for micro, mini and junior Rotax. Then for all remaining classes, it's 10 minutes plus an additional 12 in total here today, as one of the drivers decides to curtail their qualifying session. Might have a technical issue. There's the 3.62. That is of Kian Agasade, the Sodi kart. But Luca Thiel seems to be the one that's not really being challenged for that pole position, despite the fact that the top 6 rendered out by Mannix Wirtz from 3G Racing when looking on the EOS chassis is less than 0.2 of a second adrift of Luca Thiel. So who's your money on, folks? Who's going to take pole position? Because someone's got to put the frighteners on Luca Thiel, as some are aborting from qualifying with 60 on the clock. They probably think that that's enough. So we'll wait and see what happens in the next few moments. There's the 3.55. That's Mats-Johan Overhoff. These days running on a Paralin chassis. Okay, it's a new change. Seeing whether he is now going to have a bit of a better run of luck. It's going to get another hot lap in, is Mats-Johan Overhoff over this 1,038 meter circuit. Luca Thiel. Right, a lot of them are deciding to go into Parc Fermé because they think that that session is pretty much over and done with. And I would hazard a guess that I'd probably be in a complete agreement with them, because if you're not getting much out of it, there's no point carrying on. There's Finley Hamfrecht in the Sodi kart, the 323, currently 21st. The 20 rendered out by Luisa Kehler are covered by just over 9.5 of a second. Checkett is out for the session. Vivian Michel Hyde, 19th. Finley Hamfrecht will start from 21st position, ahead of Luisa Kehler, who was just behind Finley Hamfrecht in the 3.31. So looks like Luca Thiel has taken provisional pole for senior Rotax here at Wittgenborn for Heats Day on a 45.693. There's one other driver crossing the line. Kian Agasade does not improve higher than 14th. So it is Luca Thiel that takes the session for senior Rotax with a 45.693 second lap time, ahead of Lukas Hartmann. Linus Henson in P3. Lucas Thompson 4th, ahead of Bennett Arens. 3.27. Mannix Wirtz, Finn Stiak, Morris Schmeis, Leander Luke Schneider, Giuseppe Fico ran out the top 10, ahead of Max Busch. Luca Costa, Darius Nito, Kian Agasade, Lasse Reinhardt, Adrian Dobrich, Philipp Kessig, Mats-Johan Overhoff, Vivian Michel Hyde, Luisa Kehler, and last but by no means least, Finny Hamfrecht in the 3.23. So we have 2 more qualifying sessions to go here at Wittgenborn. So we will have DD2 up next, just over a minute's time. They start their qualifying session 13:35. The first race that kicks, not 13:35, 14:35. I'm having to remember I'm over in the United Kingdom, they're over in Germany, and what happens? You got those guys over there are an hour in front. Whoops. You can tell it's going to be a very, very compact day of racing this afternoon, but I'm certainly looking forward to it, and I know everyone else is there too. Good to see the DD2 drivers out there. Mika Metz from Dole Motorsport leads the way on 166 points after a fantastic performance at Kerpen. A clean sweep for the 464. Fabian Bock in the 123, in the 481, is second in the championship, ahead of the defending champion Florian Breitenbach with 433 on 122 points. Yannick Jacobs and Marcel Steinert rounds out the top 5. Hasn't been an easy season for Marcel Steinert. There has been glimpses of pace from that comp kart chassis. Can he put something together to maybe get himself on the overall podium come the end of this weekend? Your guess is as good as mine. Hannes Border in 6. Mark Bartels, Robert Chopian, and Honey Göttler with Lawrence Seyfried rounding out the top 10 as now. Drivers making their way out. I think I've just seen Dennis Thiem, 12th in the championship on 30 points. not present at Kaupen. And this is where the mind games start. I see Robert Chopin right towards the back part of the pre-grid. So the drivers now will be getting themselves onto the circuit and pushing the limits of adhesion. So Mika Metz will look to continue that run of consistency, that run of form that he had at Kaupen in August of this year. Tristan Gebhardt and Dennis Thiem are the first couple of drivers out on the circuit here at Wittgenborn, also known as the Vogelsberging. Plenty of history at this circuit. One that is a very, very distinct challenge for the drivers here in the Hesse. So Gebhardt sets the initial benchmark, 46.882. Dennis Thiem puts in a 49.1, so is now starting to wind up to any sort of potential result that might come through. This is where it gets interesting, folks. This is where it gets very, very interesting indeed, because we've got to wait and see what happens with Mika Metz, because Mika Metz will be the one that will definitely showcase what will happen. How the championship, will it be decided? Could Mika Metz secure that with one race to go on the Sunday? It's very, very possible, but as they say, hanging over until the final checkered flag falls. Now, a lot of the drivers making their way out onto the circuit, and qualifying truly gets underway under this wonderful Saturday afternoon sunshine here in Wittgenborn. And there is the 431. That is Alex Fielenbach, new entrant, actually, I see, for this weekend. So has not been in the championship at any point this season. Nevertheless, there could be a very, very interesting dynamic with that driver being part and parcel of this. So times are coming in. Robert Chopin top of the timesheets at the moment. With a 45.497 second lap time. Top 10 rounded out by Leon Arndt. Well, it was Leon Arndt until Alex Fielenbach from FD Motorsport. Actually, funny enough, same stable as Marco Winkler. DD2 Masters, who's back with us once again after his, I think he's been sort of gallivanting as Marco Winkler. A trip to the Lausitzring here and there, and a trip to the Sachsenring here and there, and all of a sudden he's back here on a kart. So there we go. It's all still to play for today, and we'll wait and see how things transpire over the course of today's action. Fabian Bock now ahead of Laurent Seyfried by 3/1000ths of a second in this session. So 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go. There's 16 drivers. Apparently there was not too sure if there were a few more that were meant to be here. Let me just double check. Yeah, 16 drivers registered for DD2. So we've got the full complement here today and for the weekend. Quite a few drivers doing their level best just to keep on pushing, and with the fact that they have done so, Full to play for. So 1 minute and 26 on the clock to go. Jana Stier's looking rather racy. The 444, she's 2,000 slower than Robert Schorpian. So could Jana Stier provide us with something, a big talking point, because that will be well and truly welcomed with open arms in the knees racing awning. There's 3 in that awning that are on this grid. We have 52 or so seconds to go. That was the 433, Florian Breitenbach. His brother Oliver involved in that incident earlier on this season. Oliver, I have seen walking around the paddock at RMC Euro Trophy at Wackersdorf in early September. So the good thing is that Oliver's getting himself back up to full fitness. The rehab's going to be a little bit long, but the main thing is that we still like the fact that he's been able to come and support his brother and also the team, and that just goes to show that you might be a racing driver, but in karting, it's a lot more than that. It's also about the team that you're with, the friends that you make along the way, the journey that you go on, as we now hit 0 on the timer for the penultimate time in the final qualifying afternoon stage of the season. Cross the line goes Florian Breitenbach, but does not improve, stays P7. Looks like a lot of drivers have already headed back into the pre-grid. So from my perspective there, it says that Robert Schorpian Karchmi has taken provisional pole by 2/1000ths of a second. In these racings, Jana Stier. So 45.497 was the best lap time. And it was just 2,000ths between the two. Mika Metz, the current points leader, in 3rd place. Fabian Bock rounds out the top 4 ahead of Yannick Jacobs. Lawrence Seyfried in 6th ahead of Florian Breitenbach. Hannes Border, Dennis Thiem, Mark Bartels complete the top 10. Cover 10th. Leon Arndt, Tristan Gebhardt, Marcel Steinert all the way down in 13th. Tim Stender, Alex Fielenbach, Denny Chalot rounding out the top. Rounding out the 16 strong. Well, one more session to go, and it is last, but by certainly no means least. Welcome along to DD2 Masters. And we're going to have a new champion this year. Daniel Schollenberger is in pole position for that one. He's on 160 points, having had a few successes this season. Michael Becker is 26 points adrift of him in second. Tommy Helfinger in 3rd place is on 100 points, so mathematically has a chance, but I don't think it's going to happen for Helfinger. Probably end up on the podium at the end of the season. Stefan Grabau in 4th. Thomas Piet in 5th. Marco Winkler, Andreas Frenzel, Patrick Weinstock, Klaus Parnett, Lennart Schreiber, Konrad Bayer. That's the top 11. Between Helfinger, Grabau, Piet, Winkler, Frenzel, there is a chance that any one of those drivers could take 3rd at the end of the season, depending on what happens here this weekend. Now, I had a very interesting chat with Konrad Bayer, who decided to FaceTime me earlier on today during free practice this morning. And he said the comp kart chassis is really, really coming along well. He's hoping to be there or thereabouts, maybe close to the top 5. I've gotten to know Mr. Bayer a lot over the past few years since I joined European karting commentary, and very nice guy, based out of Medman, just outside of Düsseldorf. Speaks bloody good English. Pardon my expletive there, but you have to understand it from my perspective that to have someone who has a very similar sense of humour, but also a very, very good guy. He said that the comp kart chassis, it has been a revelation this year for me. and I'm looking forward to seeing how it gets on. Another driver that's in this class that has that same chassis is Michael Becker, and Becker has a chance at the title this season. So realistically, what could you say how things are going to pan out? It's not going to be easy. Not going to be easy at all. Any stretch of the imagination. But the good thing is that he'll have a chance of getting out there and proving what the kart can do. So just waiting for the DD2 Masters drivers to head on out. There's a slight delay, it looks like. So please bear with. So hopefully shortly we'll have them going out onto the 1038 circuit here, the Vogelsberg, Germany. And, the countryside surrounding Wechselsbach and Wittgenborn is absolutely wonderful. Having spent a week here in this very place, it was really, really wonderful. And to be honest with you, being part German myself, always lovely to see such different countryside. And one of the other things I love about Germany, of course, hey, you can't say if you're part German or German, you don't love the Autobahn, there's something not right. And that is truth personified right there. Okay, so hopefully we'll have them out very, very shortly indeed. But it has been a very quick fire qualifying for everybody here today, and this is the final qualifying session of the season. It's funny how 100 days, that's 3 months and 9 days, or 14 weeks and 3 days, have literally flown by. And to be completely honest, it has been an enthralling season. The season was, it was going to be a bigger calendar. It was going to be about 6 rounds, if memory serves me correctly. But because of what happened, as now they are starting the Rotax engines. Also, see, hang on, there looks to be a familiar livery. Is that Tanu Yildiz, I think, that has joined us this weekend? Just going to have a look. I think it is. Yep, the 570 back on cue. One of the nicest guys in the paddock you could ever want to meet. And he does enjoy racing as well. So a flood of DD2 Masters drivers out for their 7-minute qualifying session. It's the final one of the season. And this is the one that could be the one that counts at the dying moments. And what is going to be really interesting is who is going to be on pole position. Daniel Schollenberger has actually started, you know, Kerpen was the weekend where we really saw an opportunity for him. And, you know, Thomas Piet had dramas after dramas last time around. If I remember correctly, Thomas Piet is in the Praga. There's been a couple of, just trying to remember who it was. If it was Thomas Piet has had some misfortunes this year, and it was at Mulza mainly. And from that perspective, it's never easy. So already Marco Winkler's gone into the 47s. I mean, he's like literally, he's not hanging about as Marco Winkler, is he? And straight away he decided, yeah, I'm going to put the car, I'm going to do that with regards to the kart. And then all of a sudden he decided, he went for it, and he's just got it done. So good shout from him on that front. But Klaus Barnett is closing on in. Now that's a bit of a problem. Tommy Helfinger has just had a technical drama in qualifying. Oh my goodness, that's not where you want that to happen, is it? Oh my goodness me. Tommy Helfinger, well, he's managed to get the cart fired back up again. That was very, very close indeed for the 506. I think he probably might have had a new Nomex requirement there, did Tommy Helfinger, or probably the biggest thing from that perspective is, why did that happen to me? This goes to show that in qualifying, if you have an incident like that, it can be detrimental to how your race weekend unfolds. And we've seen it before, but sometimes I've seen it with qualifying in one driver's eyes hasn't really been that much of a drama. It's been sort of like, oh well, yeah, I'll just go with the flow and see what happens. And that's exactly what has happened here for Tommy Helfinger. Daniel Schollenberg has just gone provisional pole by nearly half a second. My goodness, Daniel Schollenberger wants that title badly. Thomas Piet, I've just seen, is out of the pit lane as well. He's currently out on the Praga chassis. So, see what he brings. Leonard Schreiber is now up into 5th place. Heiner Born in the 560 goes P8. The times are changing all the way through the session, and that has been a massive drama. Now, was that... Oh, please don't tell me that was Marco Winkler, was it? There's Stefan Krabal, the 555. Stefan Krabal. Thomas Piet's just gone quickest, and he's gone quickest by a considerable margin as going sideways. That was Klaus Parnett going through the left-hand sweeper at turn 1, full chat. 502 was literally sideways through the first left-hand sweeper. My goodness me, he definitely was not hanging around. There is Konrad Bayer. Bayer currently sitting in P10 at the moment, 47.349. We'll see whether he does improve over the course of the session itself. Used to run as the 508 in years past, but changed it. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Leonard Schreiber has gone up to P3. That was on a 46.574. But no one, and I repeat this, no one has gotten close to Thomas Piet, who's put in an absolute blinder of a lap, a 45.716 lap time on the Praga. And he's only done 3 laps. That's incredible pace. I think some drivers are hoping that by going out and going out for a little bit longer on these tyres might help them bring them up to temp. But then sometimes you go past that initial phase where it all goes well, but then they drop off. And that's what you don't want during a race weekend. And so the main thing is drivers have to just try and strategize, and that's very, very crucial here indeed. They don't strategize in how they effectively use their tyres. It can be rather difficult. The reason being is that these drivers now have to push, and we've got 10 seconds on the clock. Thomas Piet has not been challenged. I repeat, has not been challenged in this session. Daniel Schollenberger, who's looking for the title this weekend. Marco Winkler, despite that moment earlier on in the session, has managed to get himself back up into P3. So the checkered is out for the session, and Marco Winkler closing in on the back bumper of Stefan Grabau, who's got a very, very white front bumper amidst the colour on the 555 as they come across the line. Bayer will start 10th, Stefan Grabau 7th, Marco Winkler in 3rd place. And we're just waiting for a few other drivers to make their way. And Thomas Piet has taken the top time in the session. So Piet takes pole by 4 tenths, nearly 4 tenths of a second. Daniel Schollenberger in 2nd position. Marco Winkler in 3rd. Andreas Frenzel, Lennart Schreiber, Andreas Neumann, Stefan Grabau, Klaus Parnet, Rainer Born, Konrad Bayer, Tanju Yildiz, and Tommy Helfinger being the last of the 12 drivers. So we did have 13, we've got 12, so we're around about 88 drivers in total this weekend. That concludes what has been a rather exciting qualifying for the 4th and final round of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. Our first race kickstarts in just 8.5 minutes time here at Wittgenborn as Micromax take to the track first, and then we go all the way through until around about 25 to quarter to 7 this evening. Don't forget, we are live all the way through, so you don't want to miss a single second of the action. But if you are unable to join us, don't forget, we will be uploading every single race as we'll be recording as they happen here at the Vogelsberring at Motorsport Club Wittgenborn for the final round of the 2021 season. Heat's about to get underway in just under 8 minutes' time. So there are the drivers as we are back, just about to get ready with our first of 2 races for our drivers. The first set will take us through probably to around about 10 to 5 this afternoon. We'll have a further 6 more races to go. 16 tomorrow, and it's going to be a very, very packed schedule. So the first of 12 races today. Micromax takes to the circuit. Here is your starting order. So after qualifying, it was Niklas Casarino with a 51.6467 second lap time that put it on pole position after the 7-minute qualifying session today. Arjen Kredling in the 62 will be alongside on the front row. Row 2, it is Noah Janssen, the current championship leader by 20 points coming into this round ahead of Gabriel Hoffmann. Then it's Carlos Nies, Gabriel Hoffmann in 5th, and it's Litzinger, Len Abbas, Tim Stieger, and Christos Malakos rounding out the crew here. So 9 drivers in total, 7 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap of racing. And the 2 races will decide the intermediate classification for tomorrow's racing. So it'll be down to Niklas Casarino, and Arjen Kredling be on front row. New livery for Niklas Casarino. I kind of like that one. Looks pretty good in comparison to what I've seen them race on before, but they're about to make their way through. So they're about to start gathering speed. They split into the tram lines. Are we ready? Revs rise. And we are green and off and away, and they head into turn 1 for the first time of asking. It's a good start from Niklas Casarino. Noah Janssen has already got himself up into 2nd position as there's a battle between the 3 Nies racing carts. Heading through into the infield section for the first time, but Niklas Casarino got a very, very good start indeed. As they make their way through, Gabriel Hoffmann's dropped behind Lennart Leitzinger in the meantime. Tim Stieger has got past Len Abbas. So at the moment it is Casarino that is leading the way. Looks like Gabriel Hoffmann might have made it back up into 5th position ahead of Litzinger. Find out very, very shortly as they make their way through into the final couple of corners to bring us to the completion of the very first lap of racing here. There's going to be the best part of nearly 4.5 hours of racing over the course of today and tomorrow. Casarino has a lead of just over half a second ahead of Noah Janssen. Arjen Kredling, Gabriel Hoffmann now up into 4th position. Spirited drive from the youngster with Croatian heritage. He's now up ahead of Carlos Nies. Len Abbas has got past Lennart Leitzinger. Carlos Nies in 5th. Tim Stieger and Christos Malakos round out 9-strong grid. But it's Niklas Casarino who still leads the way. Over at the far part of the circuit, that's a perfect opportunity for overtaking. Saw some great defending. Gabriel Hoffmann and Matthias Schulte were battling away with Kenyon Washington, who took to the 5 victories here in this class last season when we had a very different format. It was a double header, effectively, but Casarino leads. Gap between him and Noah Janssen stretches to about just over 0.6 of a second. Arjen Kredling is closing on in. Kredling is quicker than Janssen by the best part of nearly 1/10 of a second. That gap could quickly could see, but things could change, because they could very well change, and I think Gabriel Hoffmann is doing some work here with Carlos Nies, and Carlos Nies is trying to get to the inside. Hoffmann's is battling for the championship. Carlos Nies might be thinking, well, I'll go for it, and Gabriel Hoffmann obliges by saying, no, you don't, sunshine. I'm going to go through up the inside of you, and That's it. End of conversation. But Carlos Nese is going to be right up his back bumper, going through into turn 1. But the biggest thing here is that Casarino is putting himself in the best step, putting his best foot forward. And the other thing is that with regards to Hoffmann, he's got to get a little bit further up the road. That's what he's got to do. He's got to break the toe from Carlos Nese. Break the toe of Carlos Nese. That is crucial here, because Kreiling is getting away. Kreiling is closing and is, well, on the previous lap, 5/1000ths of a second slower. And yes, you heard me right the first time. Slower than Nicolas Casarino, as Gabriel Hoffmann seems to be dragging along Carlos Nese with him. And what Gabriel Hoffmann needs to do, that gap is now expanding. It's nearly 2.5 seconds between Hoffmann and Kreiling in the battle for what is third in this race. And that is not going to please Gabriel Hoffmann. He needs to do something about it, and he needs to do something about it rather sharpish. Because without that, without being in that top 3, Hoffmann's got a window of opportunity that is very, very quickly closing. Carlos Nese doesn't really give a monkey's. Well, I mean, the thing is, they're both teammates. The thing is that Carlos Nese is trying to run his own race. He's trying to get past Gabriel Hoffmann. He sees Gabriel Hoffmann as a threat in the short term. But Gabriel Hoffmann's got to look at the bigger picture here. But there is your race leader, Nicolas Casarino, who is doing everything he needs to do. He's 1.1 seconds ahead, and there is Arjen Kreiling. And this now has blown this title fight wide open, because Casarino getting a head start over the rest of the opposition. This could stand him in good stead for the next few hours of today and also all of tomorrow, because the thing is, we've got grand finals tickets to give away for Bahrain, and Casarino will want one of those tickets. He was on the podium last year, let's not forget. Gabriel, and I think Gabriel Hoffmann, I think missed out. I can't remember off the top of my head what happens in 12 months, doesn't it? But we've got 1 minute and 50 seconds to go on the clock, and there is the pairing of Gabriel Hoffmann and Carlos Nese. And Hoffmann has crossed the line. He's 3.2 seconds behind Arjen Kreiling. Now, the thing is that Hoffmann wants the title. So does Janssen. So does Casarino. So does Arjen Kreiling. These 4 drivers separated by not much. When I say not much, when you look at the bigger picture here, ladies and gentlemen, they were split, okay, by 28 points coming into this round. One wrong move from either 4 of them, and it all goes south rather quickly. So into the last 60 seconds, plus an additional lap. Gabriel Hoffmann trying to pull away from Carlos Nese, and Carlos Nese is saying, no, I'm going to run with you. And that's actually quite good for Carlos Nese, because Carlos Nese, if he wants to put an overtaking move on Gabriel Hoffmann, he'll have an opportunity to do it. The thing is that you can say to people that race, don't overtake your teammate. He's gunning for the championship. He needs as many points as possible. And you'll be thinking, yeah, no worries, won't be a problem. Then the race, something changes. Something different happens. And it's a situation that people can't always predict. You can have all the preparation, you could have everything literally on the bubble. Then one thing turns it asunder. Now here's the battle for second and third. Arjen Kreiling with Noah Janssen, as Nicolas Casarino goes on to the penultimate lap of the race. Arjen Kreiling had a sniff at second there, going through into the final left-hander. But Casarino pulling away and has got a 1.844 second gap, as there's the battle for second and third, and Kreiling is waiting to pounce. Now if Kreiling's going to do it, he's got to do it on the far part of the circuit after the midpoint chicane. So there's the chicane itself. They literally flat line. Well, there it is. Just gone through it. Now Kreiling could get a real good run. There he goes. He's putting his head down. And he's looking to the inside. He's going up the inside of Noah Janssen, through into the left-hander, and then there comes Noah Janssen and pounds right round the outside of him. So that just goes to show how quickly things can change. And the way that Noah Janssen pulled past him round the outside speaks volumes of the character of Noah Janssen. Right, we're on to the final lap. Nicolas Casarino has a lead. It was 1.8 seconds. It's now 2.3. So Casarino is gunning for an opening race victory, and that will help his confidence no end at all. Casarino has actually got the fastest lap of the race at 51.884, as there are second and third, but we wait for our leader to come through the hairpin, who should be doing very shortly. There is Casarino, who's got just a couple of more corners to go. There's Noah Janssen and Arjen Kreling. It is Casarino who is about to cross the line and take the checkered flag. So it is going to be a race victory. Nicolas Casarino takes the first victory of the weekend and knows that he's done the job. Celebrates, he goes, look mum, no hands. Brilliant show of jubilation there. Noah Janssen takes second by 0.441. It was close between him and Kreling could have had the opportunity. Captain Hoffman ended up being in fourth place at the end of it all, ahead of Carlos Nees, who wouldn't... he was like a dog with the bone, wouldn't let go, would he? P5. Len Abbas in sixth, ahead of Christos Malakos. Lennox, Litzinger and Tim Stiger rounding out the 9 strong, all completing the 10 or so kilometres of racing, but it is Nicolas Casarino that takes the victory here for the first race of the weekend for Micromax. And yeah, we've got a little bit of a slight interlude when we wait for our Minimax competitors, who should hopefully be on the... So the pre-grid was actually open just over 10 minutes ago. We've now got 6 minutes, so with 3 minutes to go, the pre-grid will be cleared. So 3 minutes to go, the mechanics will be instructed to vacate. Good to see that our race director team, race control team, is down with the Minimax drivers, just explaining things, just saying, look, this is how it should be done. This is what we expect of you. And how things can come along. And you can see there Matthias Schulze talking with Kenyon Washington. Probably talking a little bit of strategy there, because I saw Matthias Schulze looking at particular corners on the track, and Kenyon Washington, who's always is one of the most talkative young men that I think I've met in my karting commentary travels. A real nice guy. His parents are wonderful people as well. But yeah, I think he's had a new helmet. Yeah, I was just going to say, I just noticed the fact that his race helmet has looked a bit different from what I've seen previously. So I'm just going to have a... Well, there is time for me to do this. I can have a look this as well. So... Yep, and he's used that new race helmet since July. Funny enough, yes, that race helmet made its debut, funnily enough, at the Rotax Max International Trophy. So yeah, I still remember that. I still remember catching up with him and his dad, who were both there at the event, and good to see that we have quite a few drivers still with RMC Germany. Its 20th season. So what it will be is 30 seconds time, they will clear the pre-grid. Local time now approaching 20 past 3 in the afternoon. Again, for Minimax like we had with Micromax, it will be a 7-minute plus additional lap race. So with the title pretty much assured, from what I understand, is that Mika Tap has taken the title, but there's still an opportunity for some of these drivers as well. Pre-grid now being officially cleared. 3 minutes on the clock to go. So earlier on in qualifying, David Girouche was the fastest driver out there by the best part of 7/100ths of a second. It was a very, very close qualifying session between 5 drivers. Don't worry, I didn't intend to enunciate that there. But the good thing is that these drivers are very ultra competitive. As I said earlier, it does not matter about the size of the grid itself. It's all about the racing, the closeness, the competitiveness. These drivers are friends off the track. And we know very, very well indeed these drivers will have to just keep themselves composed. And a lot of people say to me, how can you understand what is going through what these drivers are thinking? Well, sometimes when I have the opportunity to be in the paddock, I always have an opportunity to chat with the drivers. And that's quite important because it's all right me telling you the story, but I want to understand it for myself. By hearing it firsthand from the drivers directly, it's a real wonderful thing. So just over a minute away from our second of 12 races in total. So a total of 28 races over the course of this weekend, fourth and final round of Rotax Max Challenge Germany for 2021. News will be emerging soon about the 2022 calendar. So the drivers get released from the pre-grid. It's going to be probably one of the shortest grids I've talked through, but I'm going to lengthen it out a little bit because they're on a sighting and a formation lap. So after what was a very, very close qualifying session, all 5 drivers covered by less than 0.3 of a second. It was all completed, all said and done after 7 minutes. This, earlier on this afternoon, David Girouche, 21, is on pole for both this and also the second heat a little bit later on. The second heat will be taking place at 16:53, provisionally full-time in Germany, depending on any incidents, any delays, any stoppages. He is joined on the front row by the 180 Alexander Klugel, who put in a lap time of 48.462 seconds around this one. It was in the 38-meter circuit here. Vogelsberging. Matthias Scholzer, third place in the 150, 48.535. Nein Pretag, fourth, 48.631. Kenyon Washington, fifth in the 114. 48.669. That is your 5-strong grid. They're battling for bragging rights and for pride because the title has already been decided this season. So who will get the jump? Going through into the first corner. 7 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap. The red lights are on the start gantry. Out of the final corner. They split and go into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? And it's a good start. We are green and off and away. And Matthias Schulte has already slingshot past Alexander Klugel. Kenyon Washington past 9 Playtag up into second and fourth, respectively, as the 4-5 carts are line astern. Washington's already sizing up a move on Alexander Klugel. That's how impetuous he is, that youngster. But David Jerush leading the way as they head through the mid part of the circuit for the first time of asking. 6.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. Jerush and Schulte. Then they have slightly gapped Alexander Klugel there. They've started to run with the ball. Well, they've grabbed the ball and they've run away with it. And Schulte is gunning for Jerush. This is how close it's going to be, folks, all the way through the weekend. It is going to be like a cat and mouse game, isn't it? 1 lap completed. Jerush now is across the line and is just under 2/10 ahead of Matthias Schulte, who's got a brilliant run coming through the first corner. As now Playtag gets past Kenyon Washington, I think, or might not have done, no. Washington is still in front of Playtag, but closed in on Alexander Klugel. But Matthias Schulte is trying to close in on David Jerush as Klugel is in third. He's run a bit wide. Now, has he lost out the position to Kenyon Washington? I fear that might be the case. Wait until they... No, Alexander Klugel held on to that one. Oh my goodness, Alexander Klugel's a very, very lucky individual right there. He came harrying out of that midpoint chicane and the cart went sideways a little bit, I think. But he's managed to gap Kenyon Washington ever so slightly. Just under 5 minutes and 20 still to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. The gap between and Schulte ends 2.372 seconds, but Schulte looks to be very, very quick through that first section on the circuit. It's a flowing left that goes round, and then it's like a miniature chicane, which you literally go flat straight through. That's very, very impressive indeed. And Naim Playtag closing in on Kenyon Washington. Naim Playtag went harrying over the bumps through on the right-hand side of the midpoint of the circuit, but Kenyon Washington kept it together, kept it defensive. The entire field covered by just over 1.8 seconds after just 2 laps. We're about to complete lap number 3. Jerush is still leading. Schultz is trying to chase him down, but looks to be losing out a little bit here. 0.7 is the gap now between first and second position. So Schultz not having probably the pace that he wants, but what this is meaning is that the 3 behind, Kenyon Washington's just put in the fastest lap of the race, a 48.887 second lap time. He's gone quicker than anybody. He's even gone quicker than the leader and also the driver behind, Naim Playtag. And there is Kenyon Washington. He's closing in on Alexander Klugel. And what has happened to Naim Playtag? Naim Playtag, I've not seen just there because he might be a little bit further back. So what has happened to Naim Playtag? Has there been a technical issue for Naim Playtag? That's the biggest bone of contention. Imagine that if that is the case. So Jerush, yeah, at the moment, yeah, Naim Playtag looks to be out. I think Naim Playtag has ended up retiring from the race on lap number 3. That was a disaster for him because he was right with Kenyon Washington. So the 4 drivers still in this race are covered by just under 1.5 seconds. Jerush leads, and there, look, oh my goodness me, Kenyon Washington. Yeah, so full course yellow. Full course yellow has just been called by the track. Full course yellow, so complete slow zone. This has neutralised the race, so I'm wondering if Naim Playtag has had a significant incident. So, not had any confirmation on why that is, but Naim Playtag hope is okay. It just goes to show when you're pushing like crazy, things can happen. So that is a full course yellow. Very, very good call by race control to decide that. So we may run to time. Yeah, 9 clear tag. That is a retirement for the young man, I'm afraid. So on that particular perspective, what that means now is that these drivers will have to wait. And I think if it's as significant as it is, what that means is that we could be running to the end of time. So let's just see what race control decide. If they decide to go green with a minute to go, then we may have a couple of laps, maybe 2 to 3 laps remaining. We are on lap number 6. So we are still under full course yellow. So I would imagine they're going to run that to time. We do have a little bit of leeway just in case. Yeah, so I think they're going to do that until the end of the race. I think that's probably the better course of action. It was sizing up to be a really interesting race, wasn't it, folks? But obviously with incidents like that, you have to make the right decision, and credit to race control and race direction for making the choice. Now I wonder, are they going to just let them go? Because the thing is, if they let them go for a final lap, and the timer is ticking down, we are at 13 seconds. So yeah, they run it and right up until the end of time for this race, and I think that was the wise decision. So they are going to be, they are going to take the checkered under green flag conditions. So it will be David Giroux. Hang on a second. Right, gone green. It's the final lap, so it's a 1-lap sprint. And Matthias Schulte was right on the back bumper of David Giroux. So they've done it for a last lap sprint. This has really excited not just myself here in commentary, but I think it's really added a bit of a different dynamic to the race itself. But Giroux is hanging on as both Schulte and Klugel run wide over the bumps. But Giroux might have just held on. So in that respect, what I can see from this perspective is that these drivers now have an opportunity to, well, they would have had an opportunity. It seems like Giroux has held on and he's kept the win. So David Giroux has kept David Giroux takes the victory and has now made sure that he's got the victory. So Giroux takes the win. Matthias Schulte in second, Kenyon Washington in third, Alexander Klugel in fourth, and Naim Tag fifth. So there we have it. That is it for the second race of the day, race 2 out of 12. There are the junior Rotax drivers now being assembled. At the end, the pre-grid. So we have got, well, it looks like everyone's in there, which is a good sign, because normally the Vorstand or the pre-grid has been closed with 3 minutes remaining on the clock. They're just being given directions by our race control as we speak. So there has been a slight delay in consideration of what we saw in Minimax just a few moments ago. So, but as I said, the timetable not always set in stone. It is always dependent on what transpires throughout the racing day. You cannot predict what might transpire or what might or might not happen. It's always dependent on what does take place. But it looks like we have got 7 minutes on the timer. I'd imagine very shortly that we will have the drivers out on the circuit for their 7 minute plus additional lap race. So 25 junior Rotax drivers ready to go into battle for the first of 2 heats here today. But the level of intensity over the next few races will increase accordingly. Because you always find that in junior, senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters, things get a little bit more elbows out, so to speak. And that's one of the things I enjoy about karting, that it's a lot closer than a lot of motorsport these days. It's pure racing. But now, here they go. Seems like there is a problem for Rafael, who's trying to fire up the engine. Oh, that's not good at all for Rafael, as Nico Pedersen trying to get past, and Rafael manages to get the car pushed out of the way, but that has dropped him. Oh, that is not what you wanted at all. That is P4 on the road for Rafael, and unfortunately, could that mean he ends up starting from the back of the grid? Could he even end up on the pre-grid? We've seen it before. Lewis Detling did it back at Vacasol, if memory serves me correctly. I was watching his YouTube video about it. And that just goes to show to me. So it's always down to what happens next, what is going to transpire. So in that respect, that changes quite a lot of race, but also maybe even has an impact on where Henhofer finishes in the championship. But it's still early days in the race still, so there will be a gap. So it's Farin Mega and Janis Diak. Nikita Genza should be Rafael Henhofer alongside, but then it's Montego Massa, Mikkel Pedersen, Nevio Fischer, Lewis Detling, Austin Lee, Adrian Rohr, Rafael Batzer, Jonny Mertz, Luis Jacobs, Leon Vakula, Moritz Wolber, Maximilian Schreier, Olli Glan, Hugo Götzel, David Schnell, Gregor Feigenschwan, Jan-Paul Fischer, Jonas Hungnada, Richard Thomas, Tom Müller, and Zino Falke. That is your 25 strong. Into the tram lines we go. As with the revs rise, there's someone definitely out of position on the start, and that was around the outside. Looks like we have gone green. Mega's got the lead. Montego Massen's up into third place past Janis Diak as we're already into the first couple of corners. Pedersen's in fifth. Austin Lee, I think, has managed to make his way up into 8th position and is battling away. There's someone to the outside of him at the moment going through into the midway part of the circuit. So through the chicane they go, round towards the far part of it. So far in Mega, there was someone on the outside and it looked like someone got knocked out of position. Austin Lee, I think, was knocked out of position because of someone's exuberance on the start, let's say. Fine Mega leads the way and ahead of Nikita Genza. Montego Masson rounds out the top 3. Then it's Janis Diak and Mikkel Pedersen. Nevio Fischer rounds out the top 6. Looks like Rafael Balzer or Luis Jacobs might be running at the top 10. That is the case because Rafael Balzer is past Austin Lee, who is now 8th position on the road. But Fine Mega has got just over under 4 tenths between himself and Nikita Genza. Montego Masson and Janis Diak for third and fourth place respectively. Mikkel Pedersen, Nevio Fischer, other drivers that have made up moves. Yep. Henhofer didn't get going, I'm afraid. Jonny Mertz in 24th position. Tom Müller up to 22nd behind Zino Falke. Jonas Hungnada and Jan-Paul Fischer, they ran at the top 19 positions, 19th and 18th respectively. David Schnell, Gregor Feigenschwan, Olli Glan also moved up the order. So we're on to lap number 3 of the race. Mega's now got a lead of just over 4 tenths ahead of Nikita Genza. There's Montego Masson not too far behind. Montego Masson was running in Minimax last year. Mikkel Pedersen, in the meantime, has got past Janis Diak. So the good thing is that over the course of the racing so far, as Montego Masson again closes up in the braking zone to Nikita Genza, and it's nip and tuck between 2nd and 3rd place. Luis Jacobs has dropped to 10th, having been overtaken by Austin Lee in the balance of proceedings. Janis Diak rounds out a very closely packed top 5, who are 1.3 seconds. That's from front to rear bumper. Nevio Fischer, Luis Detling, Rafael Balzer, Austin Lee, Luis Jacobs, Adrian Rohr, Maximilian Schreier, Moritz Wolber, Gregor Feigenschwan, Olli Glan ran at the top 15. Hugo Götzel gets past the Jan-Paul Fischer for 19th position. Jonny Mertz ahead of Zino Falke. So the good thing is, at this particular moment, it is getting rather close. The top 5 were covered by 1.3 seconds. Fine Mega's trying to break that toe that Nikita Genza currently has in his pocket. And Genza's trying to do the same with Montego Masson, Mikkel Pedersen, and Janis Diak. Mikkel Pedersen, the sole Dane in this field, as we go on to lap number 5 of the race itself. And Fine Mega just very calmly going on with business, and it's really interesting how he's become a very different driver since his switch to JJ Racing back at the tail end of last season. Remember it happening not too long after the Euro Trophy season finale, I think, if memory serves me correctly, as there's a move by Mikkel Pedersen that's really helped him. There comes Janis Diak trying to power around the outside of Montego Masson, and Diak to the inside gets the job done. That was a brilliant move there. Well timed Well timed by Yannick Stiak. Mikkel Pedersen saw the opportunity. Yannick Stiak went towards the outside, coming out of that hairpin, and did the old Nigel Mansell dummy. Rafael Balzer, in the meantime, has been dropped a couple of places. Well, he's dropped a few places. Rafael Balzer could be out of this race, but he's 22nd. He's just dropped all the way out of the top. He was ahead of Austin Lee, who's now in 8th position. And effectively, what has happened there is that Rafael Balzer has dropped like a proverbial stone. And the real unfortunate thing for him is that he was running a genuine P8, and that's been given to Austin Lee on a platter right there and then. So effectively, what that means is that Rafael Balzer is going to be on the back foot for the intermediate classification post these heats today. 2 minutes and 12 plus an additional lap. Farin Mega in first place. Nikita Genza in second, but is now nearly 7 tenths of a second of drift. Third, fourth and fifth still hotly contested. Well, Montego Massen's dropped off the back end of that. Mikkel Pedersen still ahead fractionally of Yannick Stiak. Nevio Fischer, Lewis Detling, Austin Lee and Adwin Hoare with Lewis Jacobs rounding out the top 10 positions as we are about to complete our 7th lap of racing. It's been a pretty interesting one so far, but Farin Mega has pretty much this season been the class of the field. He'll want to keep it that way. As Monina I spoke to earlier on today, wishing them luck for today. She said, I'm incredibly nervous. Well, what racing mums aren't, especially when it comes to trying to go for a championship title, that is when the pressure really, really comes on strong. So, Fine Mega, there he is, just briefly out of shot, and then we've got the two battling over third place. Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark with Oris Competition and Craft Motorsports Yannick Stiak on the X-Ray chassis in the 239. But keep your eyes on Montego Massen. Montego Massen was keeping pace, but I think whether it's just dropped off a little bit coming through the fight, the second half of the race. It's all very fully charged for 7 minutes plus a lap, so the drivers are rigging the next of the Rotax racing engines and also the Mojo tyres in the process. Farin Mega now has a gap of nearly 8 tenths of a second over Nikita Genza. Pedersen and Stiak still battling over P3 and P4 respectively. Montego Massen is closing. Montego Massen just did a personal best and went quicker than Stiak, but didn't go quicker than Pedersen. Got 16 seconds on the clock. And what we have now is a very interesting dynamic because Farin Mega is, well, look at the gap now. Pedersen's, that's interesting. Pedersen has just closed in on Nikita Genza, who's lost out nearly 2 tenths to the Dane. We've gone on to the final lap of the race. There is Farin Mega coming through into the infield section for what will be the 10th and final time. He's kept the pace going, has Farin Mega. Nikita Genza still in second, but Farin Mega just has a handful of corners to negotiate. And you know what? That is a wonderful sight to see, even though it looks a little bit blurry on my screen. What I can see is there are spectators watching from the sidelines, so people have been able to come through. I think I've just seen a yellow flag there as well. And that's double waved yellows on the final lap, and there is one car, there's three. Oh! So Johnny March, Hugo Guttel and Rafael Balzer might have been involved in a very sudden incident, but Farin Mega takes the victory by nearly 1.3 seconds ahead of Nikita Genza. Mikkel Pedersen takes P3, Yannick Stiak in fourth. Yannick Stiak in fourth, Montego Massen, Lewis Detling, Austin Lee makes up 2 places to finish a provisional P7, ahead of Adrian Hoare, Nevio Fischer, Lewis Jacobs, Maximilian Schreier, Moritz Wolber, Gregor Feigenspann, Olli Glan and David Schnell round out the 15 strong the top 15 in that race. Jonas Ungrader 16th ahead of Leandro Fischer, Leon Vacula, Richard Thomas, Zino Falke, Tom Müller, Hugo Guttel, Johnny Mertz, with Rafael Balzer out on lap number 8, and Rafael Renhofer had an engine starting issue, didn't even get to the start of the race itself. So we've had 3 of the races so far. And we are ready once again to very shortly go racing as the green flag waves. At the end of the pre-grid is the grid itself. Luca Thiel starts from pole position ahead of Lucas Hartmann. Linus Hensen and Lucas Thompson round out row number 2. Bennett Arends and Maddox Wirtz round out row 3 ahead of Finn Stiak, Morris Schneis, with Leander Luke Schneider, Giuseppe Fico rounding out the top 10 ahead of Max Busch. Luca Köster, Darius Nieto, Kian Agasade, Lasse Reinhardt, Adrian Dobrich, Philip Kessig, then we've got Mats Johan Overhoff, Vivian Michel Reit, Luisa Keller, and Finley Humprecht. That is for 21 strong grid. Everyone is making their way towards the roll start side of things. We get going for 10 minutes plus an additional lap. So it is down to these drivers to get themselves into formation rather rapidly, otherwise the race director will not let them go. They need to do that pretty quickly because we're about to get things underway. 10 minutes on the clock. Through the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? We are green and racing. And let's see who gets the best start of anybody. It's Linus Hensen. Great start by him as they go through. As it looks like Lucas Thompson has also gotten through there as well. Running under the same awning, I see that there's a very different front Nassau on the front Nassau plate on Lucas Thompson in comparison with Linus Hensen, who takes a look over his left shoulder. Heading into the hairpin. Now making their way through 2 by 2 at some points through the final cut of the corners. So some good clean racing there in senior Rotax. There is Luca Thiel, Linus Hensen trying to chase him down, and it's the best part of half a second between first and second position. Great run by Lucas Thompson so far, up into 3rd position. Maddox Wirtz, looks like Lucas Hartmann has been the driver that's lost out big time in this race. Down into 6th position goes the 309. Has been another change. That is Bennett Arends has just been passed by, funnily enough, Lucas Hartmann, who was just talking about. And then Arends sends it up the inside. All 3 wide coming through there, and Hartmann is absolutely being mugged from left, right, and centre. Oh, and someone's gone off the track. Oh, that's a big off coming out of the final corner. 3 into 1 through the final turn, never go. And that looks to be Leander Luke Schneider as a result of that going exit state right coming out of the final corner. Here we are, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Maddox Wirtz, who has shown some good signs of brilliance this season, now finds himself at the sharper end of the field once again, but Linus Hensen leading this trio. They are working together, and that's a very, very good sign, because now that means that Luca Thiel, who has got no assistance, no drivers behind, trying to be his rear guard. And look at it, those are the top 2 in the championship standings, but they're in reverse order at the moment. Max Bush has gotten past Ken Agasadi in the meantime for pace. Darius Nito up to 13th position. Is very much nip and tuck. We've got just over 3 minutes of this race completed, just under 7 to go. Gap now between first and second extends to just over 9/10 between Luca and Linus Henson at the moment as the way things stand. Lucas Thompson further half a second adrift. Still has time to play with, because of the main thing is, from this perspective, is that this race, they have to use a very different strategy. There's a bit more tyre conservation. They've got to look at the fuel a little bit. You know, they'll have an understanding by the pace that they're doing at the moment. And from that perspective, it's all about how you conserve tyres, how you conserve fuel over the course of the day itself, and how that does really give you the best opportunity possible for going into racing a little bit later on this afternoon, because their second race will be at provisionally 5:47 p.m. local time. Look at Teal just getting his head down. Gap now between him and Linus Henson has expanded to just over 8.5 tenths of a second. Lucas Hartmann, in the meantime, in 8th position, has set the fastest lap of the race, a 45.915 second lap time, and that is helping him quite significantly over the course of the racing itself. There's Lucas Thompson and Maddox Wirtz. They're battling over what is 4th on the road, and Wirtz getting rather close through the hairpin. Could have, if he was a little bit closer, well, I think probably was as close as you dare be on that particular occasion. Maddox Wirtz is just winding up a move here, waiting, biding time, and seeing if there's a chance that he will get past Lucas Thompson. But the chase begins for the race leader as Linus Henson closing in on Luca Thiel for the race victory. Gap 8.5 tenths. Last time around. So at the moment, every single one of the 21 drivers are still running. Luca Thiel, Linus Henson, Lucas Thompson, Maddox Wirtz, Bernard Arens, Finn Stiak, Morris Schmeiss, Lucas Hartmann, Giuseppe Fico and Max Bush ran at the top 10 as I'm keeping my eyes on what Maddox Wirtz is planning at the moment. Luca Köster in 11th, then Darius Nitzel, Kian Agasari, Lasse Reinhardt, Adrian Dobrich, Philipp Keskik, Mats Johan Overhoff, Luisa Keller, Luke Schneider, Vivian Michel Haidt, as Maddox Wirtz was looking up the inside of Lucas Thompson going through turn 1 there. Very, very close indeed. It's still 3.5 minutes, so plus an additional lap, so Maddox Wirtz has time on his side. Luisa Keller in 18th, ahead of Leander Luke Schneider, Vivian Michel Haidt and Finny Hamfrecht, all still running the circuit at the moment with just under 3 minutes and 20 seconds, plus an additional lap to go. As Thompson goes sideways, that allows Maddox Wirtz to close up, and Maddox Wirtz could have a chance out of the final corner, probably going through turn 1. There's Luca Thiel, leading now by just over 9 tenths. There's Linus Henson. And hopefully into the shot very shortly. We'll see Thompson and Wirtz, and there they are. They're still line of stone. You can't separate them even if you try. 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock remaining. The good thing is, this battle is not over yet. Through the hairpin once again they go. what Lucas Thompson is trying to do is to anticipate. What's happened? What's Lucas Hill caught on his right arm? That must be some sort of. That looked like a bit of a plastic bag or something there. I think that might have just caught his arm or something. I'm not too sure. It's something you don't need happening at this point in the race. But the good thing is that these drivers are pushing. So from that perspective, there, that could have had a very different story altogether. But it's coming down to the wire. 1 minute and 15 seconds still to go. Got just over a minute remaining on the clock, and it's still very much a case in point as who is going to be at the front of the field coming into the race. Lucas Hill has got this pretty much sewn up. Linus Henson still in second, about 1.1 seconds adrift. Lucas Thompson and Maddox Fitz cannot be separated, no matter how hard you try to pull them apart. It's like there's a bit of karting magnetism there. And I think that might be off the top of the radiator, possibly, on Lucas Hill's kart. Now, that's something I've not seen on the Rotax engine before. But we've got just over 20 seconds remaining on the clock. And Lucas Hill very shortly will go on to the final lap of this race, or on the penultimate lap of this race, whenever he crosses the line. Oh, and there's been a little bit of an exchange here. Vinjniak up the inside of Bennett Arends, and there comes Lucas Hartmann just behind, but that was a bit of a cheeky move there by Lucas Hartmann, who managed to get through on Bennett Arends. That was cheeky, very cheeky indeed. But however, Thompson and Vitz are less than 0.2 of a second apart. It's not even that now, as Bennett Arends has got Vinjniak right up his back bumper. There is the battle for second position. Linus Henson and Lucas Thompson battling away, and there is Maddox Vitz, who's trying to swarm all over the back bumper of Lucas Thompson, but went a bit too wide, going into what was the final corner. Oh no, not what you needed. That was a bit too ambitious from Vinjniak, right over the right hand side. Lucas Hill's taken the victory anyway, but I'm sure that race control might not be happy with Vinjniak after that. I think it was a bit overzealous, it was a bit ambitious, and what then happened? Well, you know what they say, 2 into 1 never does go, and all of a sudden, Vinjniak's ended up over the top of Bennett Arends, but Lucas Hill wins the race. Linus Henson takes second ahead of Lucas Thompson. Alex Vitz in fourth ahead of Lucas Hartmann, Morris Schmeis, Vinjniak, Max Busch, Giuseppe Fico, Luca Costa, Bennett Arends, Darius Nitu, Adrian Dobrich, Lasse Reinhardt, Mats-Johan Overhoff, Philip Keskik, Leander Luke Schneider, Kian Agasade, Louisa Keller, Vivian Michelle Wright, and Finley Hamfrecht, all drivers making it to the end of the race itself. So we have 2 more races to go until we hit the halfway point of race day. Next up is going to be DD2. 16 drivers, a very closely competitive field. A couple of delays so far, but I'm sure that very shortly we'll be getting things underway with this race, which will be our 5th out of 12. Now it is a case of these drivers having to wait for their turn in the spotlight. And hopefully very soon they will get that. There is one more cart making its way through, and that would be that's Denny Shallow on the MS chassis, starting down in 16th position. So the drivers now making their way out onto the circuit. Here is your starting order. Decided by just 2 1,000ths of a second in qualifying. Robert Chopin starts on pole position and alongside will be Jana Stier, 477 and 444. Row 2, it's Mika Metz in the 464 and Fabian Bock in the 481. Row 2. Row 3, Yannick Jacobs in the 401 and 439 of Lawrence Seifried. Row 4, it is Florian Weitenbach of the 433 and Hans Gorber in the 468. Row 5 completing the top 10, Dennis Team in the 454 and Mark Bartels in the 488. Leon Arndt in the 442 and Tristan Gebhardt in the 405. Row number 7 is Marcel Steinert in the 413 and Stender in the 409. Alex Fielenbach in 431 will start 15th. Looks like Denis Schellau could be starting from the pre-grid, depending on what has been decided. It was a late entry because there are specific times when the dummy grid is open. Schelau's cart came in right to the death, like literally as it actually came in just before the race time starts. So a few minutes too late, I'm afraid, but they may have given him special dispensation to go racing. However, through the final corner into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? We are green, and it's a by Chopin. Stier tries to go towards the inside, but then all of a sudden Mika Metz rolls in there like a bull in it to get through into second position early doors. Yannick Jacobs has got ahead of Fabian Bock for 4th position as they head through turn number 3 for the first time. Into the next right-hander at 4 that brings them into the straight chicane here. Into the next left. Fabian Bock being pressurised by Lawrence Seifried. That is for 5th on the row. As there for the lead, that's gone rather quickly. Mika Metz has hit the front. Janis Stier coming under fire from Yannick Jacobs, who's got Fabian Bock and Lawrence Seifried just behind. Oh, and Bock just tangles with the back bumper of Jacobs. That could possibly get him a front bearing penalty if he's not careful, because that nearly opened the door for Lawrence Seifried to get through. Metz is leading. Chopin, Janis Stier, Yannick Jacobs. Robert Chopin wants to get past. He's absolutely hell-bent on taking back that lead. He got that pole position fair and square in qualifying earlier on today. 8 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock still to go, plus an additional lap. Mika Metz has hit the front, and he's done it early. He got it done in the first lap. There's the move for third place. Yannick Jacobs up the inside of Janis Stier for P3. Here comes Fabian Bock and also Lawrence Seyfried. Keep your eyes on Florian Breitenbach. Bock now sends it up the inside. That opens the door. Stier runs wide. And oh my goodness me, she ends up in front of Hannes Border, who gets compromised. And then all of a sudden, Dennis Steen goes up the inside of the 468 to now take 8th position. So Bartel's managing to capitalise there. There's the battle for what is now second on the road. Robert Chopin being caught hand over fist by Yannick Jacobs. Yannick Jacobs has shown good pace this season, but his results haven't reflected the pace of the 4:01. So 8 minutes to go plus an additional lap, and there's the move. That's a brilliant send and a half, and nice and neatly composed by Yannick Jacobs. The 4:01 on the Tony Kart chassis bit. Chopin sideways as he sends it back up the inside and all clashes wheels. And there goes Fabian Bock. Here comes Lawrence Seyfried. And also back in this is now Florian Breitenbach. Oh, Chopin's run wide out of the final corner. Robert Chopin has gone from bad to worse, coming out of the final corner on the completion of lap number 3. And where is Chopin? Nowhere to be seen in the top 10, I fear. No, right down to the tail end Charlie of the field. That was not what he wanted, not what he needed. And I'm sure that after pole position, it was going from hero to zero, but possibly not at, well, it might have been slightly at a little bit of his own making, but it has changed everything because now Lawrence Seyfried is in third position behind Yannick Jacobs. Ahead of Fabian Bock, Florian Breitenbach, Hannes Border, Janis Stier is now ahead of Mark Bartels in the 488, but this is going to get rather messy rather quickly. If they don't watch their P's and Q's, cross the T's, dot the I's, as they say. 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Mika Metz has stormed off into the lead by 2.6 seconds. Why am I not surprised? But everything else is kicking off behind, because Yannick Jacobs has lost out to Lawrence Seyfried and Fabian Bock. Yannick Jacobs now drops to 4th position. Florian Breitenbach in P5 ahead of Hannes Border, Janis Stier, and Marcel Steinert. We know that he's not always great in qualifying, but he does do well in the racing, and he is already up into P10. Make that P9 now, because I think he's just got past the Dennis team in the 4.54. So it's getting a bit neat and unneat and tidy, and Florian Breitenbach on the right-hand side of Yannick Jacobs. Both one car mounts the other, and it causes a concertina effect like you wouldn't believe. Hannes Border now up into 4th place. Mark Bartels, and as a result of that, Marcel Steinert from P13 on the road up to P6. That section of corners here at the final part of the track here at Wittgenborn has caught many a driver out, and it's just caught out Florian Breitenbach of all people. And he's collected Yannick Jacobs as a direct consequence of it, because they were battling for a position for 4th and 5th respectively. You see a gap, you're going to go for it, right? As there's a new move being that has just happened. Tim Stender's got past Liam Arndt. Around the outside has gone Tristan Gebhardt. So Gebhardt's also done a number. There's Alex Fielenbach from FD Motorsport on the Paralin chassis. He's not too far behind that battle. Here's the battle for 2nd position. 2 young chargers in terms of the age parity of this field. Lawrence Seyfried and Fabian Bock in their late, they're both very credible drivers. They've both raced in Rotax for many a year. Lawrence Seyfried has returned after a bit of a racing absence. He's been doing a lot of mechanicking. That's what a lot of drivers in karting do. Sometimes they will go in mechanic for other drivers. And Lawrence Seyfried has done that with a couple of teams across the way. But he's now with FM Racing. But also, the interesting thing is Seyfried's gone with another chassis. He's gone with the EOS chassis. And it's proving to pay dividends for him at the moment, because it's keeping Fabian Bock at bay on the Tony Kart. So 2nd and 3rd, last time around, was separated by 2/10. So Mika Metz leading by nearly 3.3 seconds. We've got 4 minutes and a quarter still to go in the race. Guess is as good as mine. Who is going to be the one that is going to be happy at the end of this race? Because now there's quite a few other things that are going on in the distance, away from whoever is leading the race itself. It has got rather interesting over the last 6.5 minutes. We still have 3 minutes and 30 to go, plus an additional lap. And if I'm very much not mistaken, Laurens Seifried has pulled a gap over Fabian Bock. That's a great turn of speed. So Seifried having decided to switch to a different chassis, that's made it work for him. So that's really good to see that Seifried punching at the front of the field. 3 minutes to go plus an additional lap. Still anyone's guess as to what is happening here, but this battle for second and third, keep your eyes on Hannes Border, because Hannes Border has gone quicker than the two in front. He's gone quicker by nearly a tenth over Fabian Bock, by less than half a tenth on Laurens Seifried. So Hannes Border could be chipping away at what could be a lead that needs to be decimated. A bang and the gap is gone, as they say. So Mika Metz 3.6 seconds up the road, and if you're not talking much about leader, he's doing a damn fine job, and that's exactly what Mika Metz is doing right now. Laurens Seifried in second, Fabian Bock in third, Hannes Border in fourth, ahead of Mark Bartels. Alex Fielenbach, unfortunately, has pulled the cart into the pit, and it is now no longer part of this race, I'm afraid. So down to 15 runners and riders we go. We're into the last couple of minutes of this race, the first of two heats. The provisional starting time is 6:05 p.m. here at Wittgenborn. Reflecting on this particular race so far, Mika Metz just got into the lead and just started to canter away into the distance. Tim Stender battling away with Janusz Stier. That is for 8th position on the road, but there is your race leader. Mika Metz has a lot of support on his social media platforms, particularly on Facebook. But now Fabian Bock starting to wind up the wick on that 481 Tony Kart chassis. Voigt Motorsport colours closing in on Laurens Seifried for second position. 60 on the clock remains, and in the meantime, I did say keep your eyes on Hannes Border. Hannes Border has closed up considerably. So now it is all down to who wants it the most. Is it going to be Fabian Bock? Is it going to be Laurens Seifried? Who is going to get the best of each other as we head into the last 35 seconds? Next time around, it more than likely will be the final lap board for Mika Metz, the 464, running on the Kart Republic chassis. He has been untouchable, especially in Kerpen, just back in late August of this year. We've had to wait 6 weeks for this opportunity, as Seifried takes a look over his right shoulder to see where Fabian Bock is. Timer hits 0. We are now onto the penultimate lap. Oh, so that means we'll have 15 laps completed at the end of this race. Good thing from that perspective is that Mika Metz can stretch out that gap even slightly further still. That's exactly what he's done. So Fabian Bock now knows that the timer has run out. He'll have one more lap, just over a kilometre to go, because he'll want to try and get one up on Laurens Seifried in the dying stages. But there is Hannes Border. Hannes Border has closed that gap to just over 0.58 of a second. Final lap board is out. There is Mika Metz going through your shot as we speak. Not a mark on that Kart Republic chassis. To the next right-hander that brings him into the mid-part, but then the battle a little bit further back. that I'm more interested in. There it is. Second, third, and fourth position. Still being led by Lawrence Seyfried. Seyfried still has the advantage, and he's got a gap of nearly 0.3 of a second over Fabian Bock. Hannes Border, a further, probably the best part of, what is it, just over half a second. Mika Metz, comfortable, consistent, and dominant. A win by nearly 4 seconds at the end of 15 laps. Ron Seyfried holds on to take second position from Fabian Bock. Hannes Border takes fourth ahead of Mark Bartels. Marcel Stein at 13th to 6th place at the end of 15 laps of racing. Ahead of Dennis Thiem, Tim Stender, Jana Stier, Leon Arndt, Tristan Gebhardt. Roy Schopian would only be able to recover up to 12th position following Breitenbach, who had an incident with Yannick Jacobs earlier on. Denny Schalau, the last of the 15 runners and riders that finished the race, but unfortunately on lap number 8, Alex Fielenbach from FD Motorsport retired. So we're now at the halfway point. Well, this is going to be the halfway point of the race weekend in terms of today's action, as we still have one more race now, and then we have a further 6 to go. We have 6 classes out for 2 heats today. We have a total of a significant, or actually, it's 14 races we have tomorrow, because we'll have 2. Yeah, it is 14, so we'll have 26 races in total this weekend overall. So from that perspective, we'll have a little bit less than what well, we'll still have plenty of racing. The good thing is you have to look at it from this perspective. Today is about damage limitation, but also getting yourself in the best position possible. But tomorrow is when it really does count. Okay, yes, the points today do help. It's all about the races tomorrow. The races, there are 2 of them. For DD2 and DD2 Masters, there are an additional 25 points on offer for the race winner. That makes the title fights for DD2 and DD2 Masters rather poignant. And from my aspect on that, and I'll just throw my 2 cents into the ring, shall I? I think that's going to add another dimension to the story that we've had this season. You know, we're now on day 100 of the season. And you know, day 101 is going to be the crucial one for us to understand how the dynamics are going to work, because they're going to have drop scores. Every championship in karting does tend to have drop scores. So it will be a case of we go racing, get who the champions are on social media later on. But we have 12 drivers in DD2 Masters that will be going out on the circuit very, very shortly. The time is now 16:35. So hopefully we might be running to time very shortly, which would be a very good thing for all concerned. I think all the drivers would be very happy with that. GmbH, also with live timing courtesy of MW Race Consulting. So a little bit of a longer wait, but I think I have to give a shout out to, I've already given a shout out to the likes of Tanya Yildiz and Konrad Bayer. But one particular message that spoke volumes with me was Stefan Grabau. Really nice of him to personally send me a message on Facebook saying, I really love the passion and delivery for the commentary. Well, that's part and parcel of what I do. A big thank you to the 80 plus that are still watching the stream. We've got over 22 likes on the YouTube channel at the moment, so a big thank you to you all for jumping on board with us for this weekend. Has been an absolute pleasure to commentate on this championship this season. So we are just waiting for what is going to happen now. Tommy Helfinger didn't have the best qualifying out of everybody. He ended up down at the, well, he was in a position that I never thought I'd see Tommy Helfinger be in, and that was because of the fact he did a 52.270 second lap time in qualifying earlier on, which puts him basically at the back end of the grid. But Tommy Helfinger with the prowess we saw last year, and we've seen that through this season at certain points of it. However, Helfinger's luck hasn't really been given that crucial four-leaf clover that it needs. And the reason being is that we all know that in motorsport things can get, I wouldn't say the term messy, but things can get a bit awry. You know, things go south rather quickly when you least expect it. So hopefully today for Tommy Helfinger, he's going to have a bit more luck on his side. So there we go. There is the grid, and here it is. Thomas Piet on the Praga went quickest by nearly 0.4 of a second in qualifying earlier on today. Starts on pole position, ahead of current championship leader coming into this round, Daniel Schollenberger. Marco Winkler in third, Andreas Frenzel in fourth, ahead of Leonard Schreiber. Andreas Neumann, they round out the top six, ahead of Stefan Grabau, Klaus Barnett, Rainer Born, Konrad Bayer, Daniel Yildiz, and last but by no means least, Tommy Helfinger. So 10 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap for this first of two races for DD2 Masters. And it is going to be rather exciting, ladies and gentlemen, because Thomas Piet had a bit of a disastrous run at the second round at Mulsen. But who's not to say that Thomas Piet could be driver to watch this weekend? Both he and Daniel Schallenberger will be the ones controlling the pace for his first two heats. And there is Tommy Helfinger bringing up the rear. There's Daniel Yildiz slotting into position. Now, the rolling start goes into life because they're going to go through the final corner very shortly. So it is Piet on pole, Schallenberger alongside. Winkler and Frenzel, row 2. Out of the final corner, they go into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are green, and it's a great start by Thomas Piet, who gets the whole shot, and Marco Winkler straight up the inside of Daniel Schallenberger to take P2. Andreas Frenzel keeps fourth for the minute ahead of Schreiber. Wittgenborn makes a move up past Klaus Parnett in the 5:02 to take 8th, with Konrad Bayer dropping to the back part of the field. He's dropped down to 12th as the 580 from FM Racing. So into the early throes of the race. A great start by Marco Winkler to take second, as Tommy Helfing is now deposed of Daniel Yildiz for what is now 10th on the road. So expect the pace to come from Helfinger, whereas Piet has just got a planted. Lap 1 completed, lead between persons now 9/10 as Daniel Schallenberger trying to close on Marco Winkler. Andreas Frenzel rounds out the top 4. Stefan Grabau up to 6th past Andreas Neumann in the meantime. Tommy Helfinger might be closing into the top 9 quickly because he was just over a 10th and a half behind Klaus Parnett on that last lap. And there is the battle from second backwards. And yeah, this is going to get interesting, folks. DD2 Masters, very good category. It's the class I would actually run in if I was actually in karting. So because of my age being in the early 40s, let's say. 8 minutes and 14 still to go, plus an additional lap. Thomas Piet still leads the way. His gap over Marco Winkler has been extended to the tune of just over 1.4 seconds, but Daniel is putting the pressure on the FD Motorsport going through the midpoint chicane. Could get a good run going into the hairpin, but not on this particular occasion. Let's see, yes, a good clean switchback. Doesn't have the opportunity. Tommy Helfing is now up into 8th place, having got past Heiner Born in the 560 on the Sodi Kart chassis. Winkler is soaking up the pressure from Schallenberger. Sponge as the 566 Parolin is not budging, staying as wide as possible. Winkler made the choice to go with Parolin this season and with FD, and it's been an inspired one. Hasn't always given him the best run of results that he's wanted, but nevertheless he's happy, he's content, he's running with the team that he thinks is competitive, and now we're seeing that he has got nothing to lose but everything to gain. Daniel Schallenberger will look to get a steady good set of results today. He might not get the 25 points, as there is another move, and that was that Tommy Helfinger again. He's just got past Andreas Neumann. So Helfinger, I did say to watch for him. He started in 12th and stone dead last, and he is now 7th. That just shows the caliber of Tommy Helfinger. I do remember one of the rounds of the Euro Trophy where unfortunately one of his front wheels went adrift from the kart, but those things do happen. But the battle for second position still very much on. As Winkler making the rear axle of that 566 Parolin as wide as possible. Schallenberger looking to push for an unforced error from the driver in front, but Winkler is not abiding through turn 1. Through this slight chicane here into turns 2 and 3. The battle between Andreas Frenzel and Lennart Schreiber has started intensifying as well, but keep your eyes on Stefan Krabau. But the man on the move is Tommy Helfinger. Up from P12 to P7, he could be a very, very dangerous contingency here, as again Schollenberger closes up. But look at Frenzel. Frenzel has closed, and there is Tommy Helfinger. He's got the switchback done on Stefan Krabau. Fantastic work by Tommy Helfinger. He's halfway up the grid now. He's still got the other half to go, and what's more, he's got 5 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. It's anyone's guess what is going to happen for Tommy Helfinger, because he's really putting on a show out at Wittgenborn here today. He's also very much keeping me on commentary very entertained indeed. But the battle for second place still. Oh, there's the move that we've been waiting for. Schollenberger up the inside. Winkler trying to say, no, you don't, Sunshine. And Schollenberger says, no, that's it. I'm gone, mate. That's it. Job is done. Whilst they're battling away, Andreas Frenzel not too far behind. Lennart Schreiber has got Tommy Helfinger closing in. Helfinger was 8.5 tenths behind. He's now got it down to half a second. Now, the biggest thing is, from this perspective, all right, Helfinger is, get this, 5 seconds behind the race leader. 5 seconds behind the race leader. That is quite a bit when you think about it. So now, this means Helfinger is going to be quick. Helfinger set the fastest lap of the race. No one is going to deny this individual from a significant, as myself and my good friend Henry would say, top here from the rear. And now Helfinger is again, well, he's trying to close in on Lennart Schreiber. And I'm wondering, has he got past? Because if he has, that's going to be big. That's going to be big, big news here. And there's a bit of a contretemps. That was between Frenzel and Schreiber, and that has given Helfinger the advantage he needed. Helfinger's got Frenzel in his eyesight. I did say this was going to happen, and it just has. Oh my goodness. Would you believe that? 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap on the race. So Lennart Schreiber up into P4, Andreas Frenzel down into 5th. Has got Tommy Helfinger breathing. It's absolutely brilliant what Helfinger is doing. Helfinger is providing us with one of those races that we may not soon forget, because Andreas Frenzel is probably thinking the words, oh dear. Well, words to that effect, of course. But Thomas Piet has been leading the way. There has been no problems for the Praga. We're going to do this. Touch wood. Because that says to me that he could very much romp away into the distance and get the win. So it is very much the case that we will have an interesting fight on our hands, and we've got one now, because Helfinger has really decided, I'm going to go for broke and see what happens, and he's really paying dividends for him. We've got a minute to go plus an additional lap, Tommy Hilfiger is trying to close on Andreas Frenzel. I mean, the move hasn't happened yet, but it was very close a couple of laps ago. So Hilfiger might be a little bit happier now that he's in P6. He's going to start from 12th again in race number 2 a bit later. But we could see the same kind of performance. We're into the final 30 seconds of this race, plus an additional lap. And Thomas Piet has cantered away into the distance. Daniel Schollenberger in P2 is nearly 3.9 seconds behind. Marco Winkler in P3. Lennart Schreiber, Andreas Frenzel, and the driver of the day so far, Tommy Hilfiger, literally managing to get himself up into what is now P6 ahead of Andreas Neumann. Stefan Grabau in 8th ahead of Rainer Born. Konrad Bayer back up into P10 as the leader now on the final lap of this race. Klaus Barnett in 11th and Tanju Yildiz completing the running order, but we are literally corners away from Thomas Piet taking the checkered flag. The fastest lap of the race, no surprise, Tommy Hilfiger, 46.047 seconds. It's going to come down to just a couple more corners because Thomas Piet will take the checkered with considerable ease. And that is it. The race is his from what was a pretty impressive pole position. Daniel Schollenberger and Marco Winkler takes 3rd. So Schollenberger got past Winkler in the end of it. Lennart Schreiber in 4th. Andreas Frenzel in 5th ahead of Tommy Hilfiger. Andreas Neumann, Stefan Grabau, Rainer Born, Konrad Bayer running out the top 10 with Tanju Yildiz in 11th, Klaus Barnett bringing up the rear in 12th place at the end of it all.
Oder? Voll motiviert, jo.
So we now go on to our final heat, our actual final heat for Micromax, an intermediate classification for 2021. Here's the grid. It is Niklas Casarino who won Heat 1 earlier on. Arjen Kreling took in second. We've got Noe Janssen in P3 ahead of Carlos Nees and Gabriel Hoffmann rounding out the top 5. Lennox Leitzinger, Len Abbas. Tim Stieg was given a 5-second time penalty for pushing post race 1, with Christos Malakos rounding out the 9 strong. So again, the drivers will be making their way through. So this is where the real hard work begins. The main reason being is that these drivers now know what is at stake. We go. But Kreling this time is close to Casarino, and we're not on the end of the first lap yet. Into the hair go. Janssen closes up. Looks like there's a change a little bit further behind. I think maybe that Gabriel Hoffmann might be making some moves up the order. He did drop to 6th in the initial side of things, and he is still 6th, so that is Carlos Nees. So Lennox Leitzinger has gotten through and taken 4th position. There's Noe Janssen sizing up Arjen Kreling for a move into turn 1. But look at the leaders, line astern, top 3. Kreling nearly lost the back end there. Casarino is being chased down. Now, Casarino won by a considerable amount of time this time around. Well, on the first occasion. But now Janssen looking up the inside. He's gone for second on Kreling. Kreling trying to get the switch back. Janssen's got the job done easy. That was incredibly easy. Just see here, Janssen. I mean, Kreling was a little bit wayward going through turn 3, went a little bit wide coming through into the into that, but Kreling's already got the run, and he's going to return the favour. So there we go. Kreling's got and again Janssen. Now we saw this move in the first race between these two. Janssen managed to get the better of Kreling, and he's going to do it going through the next couple of corners, and Noe Janssen retakes 3rd position. And Lennox Leitzinger still in 5th and is kept ahead of So in many respects here, this is a battle that's going to wage on for the next few moments. We've still got 3 minutes and 50 still to go, plus an additional lap. Niklas Casarino has gotten away into the distance and is 1.3 seconds. Oh no, dramas there. That is Lennox Leitzinger that has just gone off the circuit. And oh, that was there. There might have, now there was a little time between him and Hoffmann. Not too sure how they will look at it. I'll leave it to them. But it's very close competitive racing here in Micromax, as always. But the main thing is that Leisinger will get back onto the circuit and start recirculating once again. Nicolas Casarino puts himself in a very, very good position for tomorrow, because this will be, as long as it's all confirmed, Casarino, still any realm of possibility of something actually happening today or tomorrow. So your guess is as good as mine. 2 minutes to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. And we will find very, very soon what is going to happen, who is going to be on pole position for tomorrow. It is going to be Nicolas Casarino, from the way things are going. So just under a minute and a half remaining. Nicolas Casarino has... Oh, now Noah Janssen. Noah Janssen has started in the meantime, started to close up. It was 52.039 last time around. And he's now less than 0.8 of a second. He's bringing along Arjen Kraling. Carlos Nees, in the meantime, has set the fastest lap of the race. So Nicolas Casarino has about 45 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. He's hanging on at the minute, but how long he hangs on for is going to be rather interesting from this perspective, because now wonder whether Casarino took the life out of the tyres a bit too early, but he wanted to get a gap. He's just put in a 51.989. Next time around he's going to get the, it's going to be the it's going to be pretty much onto the penultimate lap for him. So from that perspective, it's very much a case of not being so cut and dry. And we've had a 5-second time penalty. Gabriel Hoffmann's just been given a penalty. 5-second time penalty for Gabriel Hoffmann for pushing. And that has given Gabriel Hoffmann the biggest mountain to climb, because that effectively puts him down in 8th position. So the timer has hit 0, and next time around Nicolas Casarino will be getting the final lap board. There it is. There he is. And there are, oh my goodness, it's gotten really interesting, because Carlos Nees has just been on fire at the minute. He has got to within 1.6 seconds of the leader. And we're on the final lap. This now says lots about how tomorrow is going to factor in. And tomorrow, I think, is going to be one that we will need to watch with great interest. Great interest indeed. So this time around we will get the checkered flag. There it is. Casarino takes the victory on that particular occasion. He goes into tomorrow with a big bag full of confidence. That young man is going to be feeling on cloud 9, as will his dad round about now, because they now know that the advantage to them could be in their favour for tomorrow's proceedings. Nicolas Casarino takes the victory by 0.873 seconds ahead of Noah Janssen. Carlos Nees in third ahead of Arjen Kreder. Gabriel Hoffman gets a post-race penalty, 5-second time penalty for pushing. You know what? Still keeps him P5. He got out of J out of free card with that one, I think. Christos Malakos in sixth ahead of Len Abbas, Tim Stiger, and Lennox Leitzinger rounding out the 9 strong. So very shortly we will be getting on with our next race. It will be race 8 of the meeting. It will be our last intermediate heat, well, qualified heat for Minimax for this season. So we are about to get things very shortly underway with our race. David Jurush was the one that really did a great job in the first race earlier on today. And it is all about a case of making sure that you get your house in order. Here's the grid. Once again, it is a small grid, as I said earlier, but the racing earlier on in the first race was very much exemplary from the drivers, and really good to see that they've been keeping themselves at the best order possible. So it is David Jurush leading from pole position. Alexander Klukel will be alongside on the front row. And then we have got Matthias Schulte and Naim Bretag, Kenya Washington at the 5 strong. Naim Bretag, I don't think, is probably out on the circuit, as there's only 4 karts there. So following on from the incident earlier on, looks like we have lost Naim Bretag from the rest of today. And hopefully that is not for the remainder of the race weekend. So 4 drivers about to go into battle. So Jirush from Schulze and Washington to be in the assigned places. So Washington has to stay behind Matthias Schulze. Okay, out of the final corner, through into the tram lines. Revs rise. We go green. We are racing. And again, Matthias Schulze looking up the inside of Alexander Klugel. Kenyon Washington nearly got through. He has done. That gap, that opportunity for Kenyon Washington has just provided a big dividend if it was an amount of shares that he was selling on the stock exchange there. But that was a great bit of anticipation. Kenyon managing to get through and get himself up in 3rd position. Washington now ahead of what will be, so Alexander Klugel within within 1 corner dropped from 2nd to 4th at the drop of a hat. So Jirush leading the way, but Matthias Schulze trying to close him down. Gap was 4 tenths. A little bit of a different line taken between Jirush and also Schulze through the first couple of corners, heading into turn 3 in particular, where Schulze was a little bit wider than Jirush, but trying to carry the momentum through. And now you can see that Schulze has got a good run. This is going down towards the hairpin on the far part of the circuit. And Schulze not close enough. They dropped Kenyon Washington ever so slightly on this particular occasion. But Schulze is trying to close on, and Schulze has been very, very close indeed to having some great success this season. He's really come along as a young driver. Been very impressed. Good to see his mum and dad, Michelle and Rudiger, are there with him. And Matthias has actually taken a 3rd place earlier on this year at Mulsanne. He has been in the top 5 for quite a bit of the season. Good set of consistency, but now he's gunning. He now knows his chance to shine is now, and David Jirush knows that the pressure cooker is being applied. The pressure is being applied by Schulze, and Schulze goes for the lead through into the hairpin. Jirush trying to power towards the outside of the corner, but I think Matthias Schulze has got it, and here comes Kenyon Washington up the inside. A little bit of a side pod clash between the pair, and it is a knees racing 1-2 with 4 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. That was brilliant. Schulze and said, "Thank you very much. I'm going to go through there as well," but it was very, very quick and unceremoniously dispatched by David Jirush. And Kenyon Washington, if he gets a bit rambunctious like that, he's not making David Jirush very happy, is Kenyon Washington. Washington wants to get past, and Jirush is like saying, "Come on, let's just go after Schulze. Let's go after Schulze." Schulze has now got a gap, and that's what Schulze needed. Here comes Klugel up the inside of Washington through the hairpin, and Kenyon Washington better watch his a little bit here. The reason why I say this is because of the front bumper. The minute that front bumper gets stoved in, you get a 5-second time penalty, and that's not what Kenyon Washington wants, because the gap between all 4 drivers last time was 8.39 tenths of a second. It's just under 9 tenths. Jirush now back on the back bumper of Schulze. 3.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap of this final qualifying heat of the season. And Schulze is trying to stay cool and calm. He's got to get in ahead and anticipate what Jirush is going to do as they head down into the hairpin once again. Jirush looking, Klugel is closing. Now, anyone might remember the clash between Alexander Klugel and Simon Meyer earlier on this season at Wackersdorf. Well, I think Klugel is trying to be a little bit safer here at the moment, because looking at the championship standings, Alexander Klugel actually has a very good chance of going runner-up in the championship, as that's a defensive move by Matthias Schulze on David Jirush going through turn 1, through the mini chicane into turn 3. And now Kenyon Washington back with them. 0.648 separated these 4 drivers. I did say it might be the smallest grid, but it's definitely one of the most entertaining, because it is absolutely close fought here at Wittgenborn. 2.5 minutes to go. You can see that the sun is starting to drop a little bit slightly here. Local times 5:17 p.m. here in Germany. And Klugel trying to go for the move. Here comes Jurush up the inside of Schulter. That's the move he wanted to do and gets through. Nearly loses the back end. And Schulter and Washington get through on... it's Klugel and Washington get through on Schulter. So the minute one gets through, the floodgates open. And Jurush is back in the lead. 2 minutes to go plus an additional lap. Jurush now has to fend off Alexander Klugel. Klugel, whatever he does here this weekend, depending on what David Jurush does. Now, David Jurush is 39 points behind at this moment. And effectively, what he has done is Jurush has helped solidify his opportunity. Now, they're going to have to take drop scores into account, and Simon Meyer not attending here. There goes Washington up the inside of Schulter again. 0.690 was separating these four drivers. The gap's going to be probably more like 1.2 very, very shortly indeed if they come through the final corner. So Jurush will lead them on to lap number 8. We've completed 7 laps in total of this 1.038 kilometre circuit. Gap now 1.4 seconds between first and last place. So Klugel still closing in on David Jurush. The gap was 0.2 of a second last time around. Kenyon Washington now in third place. See if he can pull along with him. Matthias Schulter, who was at one point leading the race itself. 48 seconds on the clock to go plus an additional lap. David Jurush trying to hold off Alexander Klugel, but Klugel very deep into the braking zone, into the hairpin. And nearly got the lead there, but can he go through on this particular occasion? I don't think he will, because they've got 35 seconds on the clock remaining, and whilst they're battling away, Kenyon Washington and Matthias Schulter will start to close out of the final corner. 27 seconds as they cross the line once again. Alexander Klugel now goes for the inside move, and he's got it done. Through turn one, Alexander Klugel and Jurush sideways in the safety kart, and he manages to get through, and he's now said to Jurush, right, okay, let's go. Let's just pull away from these guys. I don't want anything to do with this. And good thing is that Jurush is trying to oblige, but Jurush was sideways when Klugel went up the inside of him, and Jurush now returns the favour. Timer has hit 0 5 seconds ago, and Klugel now wants to try and get a victory, but Jurush wants to go into tomorrow on pole position. And here is Kenyon Washington. Washington looking to strike whilst the iron is hot. Can he get... He's in the ringside seat, is Kenyon Washington. Remember, last year at this circuit, he won 2 Micromax victories out of 5 races here at this very circuit in the finale last year. And he could be a threat right now, because with corners to go, the top 3 were covered by 3.5 tenths of a second. Jurush leads, Klugel second, Washington in third. We're going to head down to the hair. Who's going to have the best run? Looks like Washington's lost a little bit of time, but Klugel, can he go for it? He's gone for it. He's looked up the inside. And Jurush has instantly capitalised. But now Washington looked up the inside of Klugel, and he's just given him a little bit of an assist from behind. As Jurush has gone off as well. Kenyon Washington will cross in first ahead of Matthias Schulter, but I'm wondering whether that is going to be contested. But provisionally, Kenyon Washington wins a race. There was a little bit of a bump from behind. We'll have to wait to see what the jury is out on that one. Jurush will not be happy. I'm sure that Klugel will not be happy. But Kenyon Washington provisionally wins Heat 2 by 0.3 of a second ahead of Matthias Schulter. Alexander Klugel in third ahead of David Jurush, who finishes in 4th place. So we now head to race number 10 out of 12. Well, race number 9 out of 12 today. It's Heat 2 for Junior Rotax. Post race, there was a decision where a couple of drivers were actually, well, from what I remember, just going to have a quick look. What I remember earlier on, that the results were amended post race. And Rafael Renhofer not started, but Austin Lee was excluded as resulting of a decision from the stewards. Two drivers were pinged for, well, drivers were pinged 266 and 207. So Maximilian Schreier and Leon Vacula had a 3-second time penalty for two wheels out of the tram lines. 201, Lewis Detling, 202, which is Adrian Rohr, and 207 again, another penalty for Leon Vacula. 5 seconds for overtaking after the red line, going into the tram lines. There were 4 drivers. Austin Lee was one of them. The 236 Nevio Fischer, the 233, which was Leandro Fischer, and the 220 of got a 5-second time penalty for the front fairings. So a few penalties dished out by the stewards and also by through scrutineering. However, we are about to get underway with our 9th race of the day, and here is the grid. So Farin Mega starts from pole position ahead of Janis Diak. Nikita Genza and Rafael Renhofer, row 2. Montego Masson and Mikkel Pedersen, row 3. Nevio Fischer and Lewis Detling, row 4. Austin Lee and Adrian Rohr start on row 5 ahead of Rafael Balzer, Jonny Merz, Louis Jacobs, Leon Vacula, Moritz Wolper, Maximilian Schreier, Olli Glan, Hugo Göttel, David Schnell, Gregor Feigenspan, Leandro Fischer, Jonas Ungnade, Richard Thomas, Tom Müller, and Zeno Falke. That is your 25-strong Junior Rotax grid. And once again, 7 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Farin Mega is probably going to be pretty happy at the moment because he took a win earlier on in Heat 1. Heat 2, very different kettle of fish altogether. However, never say never in motorsport. Things can happen when you least expect it. Not trying to put a jinx onto anybody, but the thing is that motorsport is unpredictable, and we see that predominantly in the world of karting. So now we have Mega and Stiak on the front row of the grid. It's a slow trundle towards the start of this race. 7 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. So they make their way through in towards the final corner. The revs will start to rise. Here we go. Are we ready? The revs rise. We are lights out and off and racing, and Fine Mega once again gets a good start, this time being followed by Nikita Genza. Montego Masson up to P3. Willie B squeezes through on the inside of Montego Masson. There's a little bit of an incident a little bit further back. Johnny Mertz a non-start. I think Johnny Mertz is a non-starter. Leon Vacula a non-starter. So already down to 23 parts. There was a couple of carts getting very close indeed. I think maybe the likes of Mikkel Pedersen, Nevio Fischer, Austin Lee and Lewis Detling got a bit concertinaed, let's say, as someone mounts the curbs. So that is a very, very interesting move there. Could have been from Gregor Feigenspan, I believe, as it's getting a bit elbows out, and we've had a multi-cart incident, 222 involved. That is Richard Thomas. The 242 I think I spotted there as well. Amongst others, well, it's the 212 of David Schnell. Maximilian Schreier might have been in the thick of that thing. Yeah, it was Jonas Ungnade. So it was very, very elbows out, because it was a little bit of a tap, and yeah, like literally it was the 3 carts didn't go into one. So 5 minutes and 44 seconds still to go, and Fine Mega leading the way. Nikita Genza in second. Montego Masson and Janis Stiak round out the top 5, as there's been a bit of a drama for Austin Lee, but a little bit further back, I think I saw the likes of Lewis Detling, Mikkel Pedersen get through, as there's been more dramas there as well. That looks to be possibly Lewis Detling that's just had a zone there. It's changing all the time here in this race, and we still have just over 5 minutes to go plus an additional lap. David Schnell, I think, has unfortunately parked the cart, and I would imagine the same is going to be said of Jonas Ungnade, who won't have an opportunity. Montego Masson has a massive moment. The cart's very, very difficult to control. He's gone very defensive on Janis Stiak, and Janis Stiak trying to do the old switcheroo there. Doesn't get the job done through the hairpin. He could get a good run coming into the next right-hander. Not on this particular occasion. Rafael Bouncer closing in on Nevio Fischer. Austin Lee definitely getting his elbows out. He's just staying ahead of Lewis Jacobs in the number 228. There are the two. There's the quartet that are leading the way. Fine Mega has got Nikita Genza breathing the back of his race overalls. One of the things I've noticed is that Austin Lee and Fine Mega are wearing their Team Germany overalls that they were due to wear at the Grand Finals last year. So matching pair in the awning, so to speak. But here we are with this battle here. Rafael Renhofer trying to close in on Mikkel Pedersen. Renhofer sends it up the inside from nowhere, and here comes Austin Lee. Austin Lee nearly had the opportunity of a lifetime there, courtesy of Mikkel Pedersen, who went very wide into the hairpin. But Austin Lee's just got to watch himself. He's pretty much piggy in the middle here. And now that's a 6 train cart, because the back of it looks to be possibly Moritz Volber. Back to the lead as we go. 3 minutes and 42 seconds plus an additional lap. And it's just under 3/10. Right, okay, first penalty's just come through from race control on the fly. David Schnell has been given a 5-second time penalty for pushing, but that's not going to make any iota to his race time, because of the fact that he is out of the race itself on the very first lap itself. So 3 minutes and 20 to go. Leaders at the moment, it is Fine Mega, Nikita Genza, Janis Stiak, Montego Masson now up into 4th, having been passed by Stiak, Nevio Fischer, Rafael Balzer, Rafael Ren, Mikkel Pedersen, Austin Lee, Lewis Jacobs ran out the top 10. Follow that up with Lewis Detling, Moritz Volber, Tom Müller, Gregor Feigenspan. Adrian Bohr looks to be retiring now, I'm afraid, in 22nd position. Then it's Zino Falke, Hugo Göttel, Leandro Fischer. Lewis Detling, in the meantime, has got past Lewis Jacobs up in place. Leandro Fischer ahead of Ollie Glan, Richard Thomas, Maximilian Schreier. And it looks like Jonas Ungnade is bringing up the rear in 21st position. So 2 minutes and 40 still to go. The leaders have, well, this battle here. Now this is, I think, That is Rafael Balzer, and I recognise that number in front. Could that be Mikkel Pedersen? Or is that? Well, no, that a different battle I'm seeing there. Very interesting when you have to look up and down the field. Well, that is Rafael Balzer closing in on Nevio Fish. And that is the 5th place on the road. There's Farin Mega. He's gotten away to nearly the best part of 7/10 of a second ahead of Kita Genza. But Montego Masson trying to keep pace with Janis Diak is going to within 6/10 or so. Rafael Renhofer is the fastest one out there. 46.963 seconds for the FM Racing driver, currently situated in 7th place ahead of Mikkel Pedersen. Austin Lee is still in 9th place at the minute. He's trying to close on in on those two. We have a minute and a half left to go on the clock. Adrian Hoare, confirmed retirement. David Schnell, confirmed retirement. And Leon Vacula, non-starters. And now the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th has intensified, courtesy of Janis Diak and Montego Masson closing in on Nikita Genza. Nikita Genza, 2nd in the championship standings coming into this round. Fine Mega just looking to cruise away, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's putting himself on the best foot forward, ready for tomorrow's action. 2 races for Junior Rotax to conclude the season. 55 seconds on the clock, and Fine Mega still has a gap of about nearly a second. Nikita Genza making the rear end of that study kart chassis as wide as humanly possible as the Express of Janis Diak trying to close on in. The Maranello of Montego Masson is dropping back a little bit further now to the tune of nearly half a second as we're on to what will be the penultimate lap of this race. Lap number 9 out of 10. Janis Diak looking to try and find the opportunity to present itself or make the opportunity happen for him. A little bit further back, Austin Lee is battling away with Lewis Detling in for 9th position. And Austin Lee at one point was up into P7 in this race. 10 on the clock to go. Next time around they will get the final lap board, so it's just about keeping it, and that's exactly what Farin Mega has needed to do all weekend long. Pole position in qualifying, and he will put himself on pole position for the races tomorrow, the last finals day of the season. As we're on to the final lap of the race, 1.241 seconds is the gap between 1st and 2nd, but the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th is still filled with fire and brimstone considerably. Lewis Detling in the meantime has got past Austin Lee for 9th position, going on to the final lap of this race and also the final lap of today for these drivers. We have 3 more races to go to conclude everything. There is 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but Farin Mega about to come out of the final corner. He's going to take the check-in and he's going to win both heats today. That puts him in prime position for tomorrow. Vice champion last year. He's on course. He is nearly at that fulcrum point that he gets to tomorrow. He wins that first race tomorrow. I think the title could be guaranteed as his, but Nikita Genza wasn't that far adrift coming through. Race results are as follows. Farin Mega in 1st place across the line, 1.309 seconds ahead of Nikita Genza. Janis Diak rounds out the top 3, and it was very close between those drivers from 2nd, 3rd and 4th at the end of that race. Nevio Fischer ended up in 5th ahead of Rafael Balzer. Rafael Renhofer in 7th ahead of Mikkel Pedersen. Lewis Detling in 9th. Mikkel Pedersen in 8th. Lewis Detling in 9th. Austin Lee rounds out the top 10, covered by 9.6 seconds with the top 10 at the end of that race, covering 10 laps. Louis Jacobs, Moritz Vollber, Gregor Feigenspan, Leandro Fischer, Tom Müller, Zino Falke, Hugo Götzel, Oleg Lan, Richard Thomas, Maximilian Schreier, and Jonas Ungnada, the last of the 21 drivers that made it to the end of the race. Retirement from Adrian Hoare on lap 3. David Schnell eliminated through an incident on the very first lap with non-starters from Joni Martz and Leon Vacula. So we do have a slight delay on our hands because obviously what is now happening there will be, I did notice there was a cart through, I think it was the first sector going through the first couple of corners. There was a cart stricken by the side. So there is a clean-up operation as the junior Rotax drivers that have completed the full race distance now going through scrutineering and park firm A checks. So checking for front fairings, checking the drivers and carts are not underweight, because otherwise front fairing, 5-second time penalty, underweight, instant DQ from the race results post session. So as I said earlier on, every single race that has been called so far today, and also every session, has been effectively done with this in mind, that the results are provisional pending technical and sporting checks. That happens with every event on the Rotax Max Challenge Germany calendar. It has done over the past couple of seasons whilst I have been commentating on this particular championship. Also, the same thing applies to such as B&L Karting Series, the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, and other respective championships herewith as well. So but Linus Henson will be looking to get himself into a fairly good place for tomorrow. And that's beyond reproach, really, because at the end of the day, he's the one that's got the target on his back. He might look calm and composed on the surface, but I'm sure that he's paddling like heck underneath. What you've got to look at it from this perspective is that he took the championship, and took the championship considerably by a dominant streak, a dominant fashion. The way he went about it was mind-blowing. I couldn't believe it myself. But he's not easy this season, has Linus Henson. And the reason being is that Luca Thiel has had a, well, everyone's had a different format. And it's not just seniors, it's every single class has had to have a different mindset. Here you can see there's the recovery vehicle. It's a Daihatsu Sirian, actually. Don't ask me how I know. Well, I worked in the automotive industry for 2 decades, and Daihatsu, funnily enough, was one of the brands I worked with. So the pre-grid is being cleared. So this is race 10 of today. 2 for senior Rotax. What's more, this is going to set up things rather nicely for tomorrow's activities. And for those wondering, what the timetable looks like for tomorrow, well, that I can actually tell you because I have that to hand. So warm-up tomorrow starts at 9 o'clock local time, TD2 that will start things off, and then we go into what they call the Wertungslauf side of things, which is effectively the finals. And that will be DD2. Now, the reason why we're doing it DD2 and DD2 Masters, as I explained earlier on in the broadcast, we still have 2 races from Wackersdorf that were postponed following the incident involving Oliver Breidenbach, which meant that we had to curtail. It was a joint decision between not just the organisers, but also they wanted to get the vote of the drivers, and the drivers decided, yeah, we want to do that as well. So they've got 3 races tomorrow, have DD2 and DD2 Masters. So instead of 12, we've got 14 races. And DD2 and DD2 Masters will be taking the majority of the track time, let's say. So all 21 drivers did actually make it to the checkered flag last time in the previous heat. So there is the green flag for Senior Rotax, heat number 2. Here's the starting grid. Luca Thiel starts from pole position ahead of Lucas Hartmann. And we have Linus Hensen and Lucas Thompson. Bennett Arends and Maddox Wirtz, Finn Stiak and Morris Schmeis, Leander Luke Schneider and Giuseppe Fico rounding out the top 10. Rounding out the 21 strong is Max Busch in the 313, the 366 of Luca Costa, the 303 of Darius Nitu, 362 of Kian Agasade, or Darius Nitu has just joined the circuit. Lasse Heinhardt in the 302 rounds out the top 15. The 330 is Adrian Dobric, 363 of Philip Keskik, the 355 of Mats Johan Overhoff, the 328 of Vivian Michel Haidt, the 331 of Louisa Kehler, and the 323 of Finley Hamfrecht. So 10 minutes on the clock once again. So 10 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap set on the timer. Red lights are back on the gantry. So Luca Thiel and Lucas Hartmann will control the pace. Here we go, 10 minutes through the final corner into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are. We are racing, and Lucas Hartmann got a better start than Luca Thiel this time, because now Lucas Hartmann is in the lead. Thompson's followed through and gone into second. Luca Thiel's now down into fourth, courtesy of Maddox Wirtz, who's now gotten up into third place. Linus Hensen, followed by Bennett Arends, Morris Schmeis and Giuseppe Fico now round out the top 8. Now that was a quick exchange. They let them go. They want, because obviously we've got to consider the amount of sunlight, because the sun is now starting to lower a little bit here in Wittgenborn. And the local time is getting up to 10 to 6 in the evening. It's down at the moment. There is a train of about 50, probably the best parts of most of the field there. I think probably 14 carts by my approximate estimation. Hartmann leads the way. Thompson in second, 3/10 adrift. Wirtz, Thiel, Hensen, Arends, Fico, Stiak, Kirsten now up into P10. And Luca Thiel has gotten past, is now trying to get past Maddox Wirtz, take third position. Not going to make it easy is the 341. Linson in fifth place, but Luca Thiel looking towards the inside. The 399 from JJ Racing. Up the inside he goes, and that opens the door for Linus Hensen. Hensen and Wirtz nearly touch wheels, and that allows Bennett Arends to try and go up the inside through the very next right-hander. But Linus Hensen shuts the door. And someone go very, very wide. That was the 345 of Leander Luke Schneider, who was in 11th. Will be out of the top 15, I fear, after that calamity there for the driver. Actually, that puts him bang on 15th position, so Leander Luke Schneider got away with that one a bit more than I thought that the driver would have done so. There is Lucas Hartmann leading the way. The gap between him and Lucas Thompson was just over 3.5 tenths of a second after the completion of lap number 2. Luca Thiel, in the meantime, has started charging. He's kept ahead of Maddox Wirtz after that great move. Linus Hensen up the inside of Wirtz now through the hairpin. Bennett Arends trying to get through as well, but Arends has the door shut firmly in the 27's direction. And Giuseppe Fico away, or trying to battle away with Finn Stiak, and Finn Stiak, I think, is trying to keep ahead at this particular juncture. But the main thing is that Lucas Hartmann has now got the best part of, what is it, 5.5 tenths of a second advantage over Lucas Thompson. But Thompson is being pressurised by who's just right. We've had now Lucas Hartmann has been considered to have done those two instant words, a jump start. So 5 seconds, that drops him down to 15th at the moment. So that is exactly what Lucas Hartmann did not need. Now let them go, but I think that race control had a very keen eye on that start, and Lucas Hartmann is now going to be the first driver who's going to get pinged. That's exactly what has happened. So Lucas Thompson at the moment is the de facto leader, so we've got to concentrate on him more than we've got to do with Lucas Hartmann. Depends on how hard Lucas Hartmann wants to push. Well, Lucas Hartmann has probably, if there's been a board out, Lucas Hartmann now knows he needs to push for the next 6.5 minutes plus an additional lap So he's now 1.26 seconds ahead of Lucas Thompson. If he gets pinged for a 5-second time penalty, that will probably put him 14th where Darius Nito is. As Luca Thiel, Luca Thiel has just caused one big incident. Double yellows, and that was not needed. That was into the hairpin at the far part of the circuit. That has changed everything in this race. Luca Thiel has just given himself a lot more work than what he actually needed as they came down. Now, Thompson was going towards the hairpin. Thiel's just literally hit him in the side, and Bennett Arends had nowhere to go. Maddox Wiertz has had to avoid. So that now means Luca Thiel's dropped all the way down to stone dead last. And this has given Lucas Hartmann a 2.6 second advantage over Linus Henson, who now becomes the de facto leader after that incident. It was a bit clumsy, from Luca Thiel. Went for the move. I think Thompson just went to turn in and shut the door. And you know what? He was entitled to do so. But it just goes to show that you make one mistake, as I said earlier on, you can cause yourself problems. That's exactly what has happened to Luca Thiel. Bennett Arends is all the way down in stone dead last. And here is the battle for second and third. Because Lucas Hartmann has got half of the race to go and has over 2.7 second advantage over Linus Henson. But just behind Linus Henson is Finn Stiak. Finn Stiak is less than 2/10 behind. And there's an interesting little battle here coming through. Looks like there's going to be an overtake made, and that could have possibly been maybe by Giuseppe Fico and Kian Agasade, I believe, as there's more Flotsam and Jetsam a little bit further back. They're all trying to get one up on each other. I think so. Luca Thiel and Bennett Arends out of the race. I am not at all surprised. After that incident, there was a significant impact, and when you go front bumper to front bumper, no one's going to come out swimmingly on that one. Mats Johan Overhoff looks to have dropped down to stone dead last, the 19th out of the 21 drivers that started this race. So Giuseppe Fico up to P5. And Lucas Hartmann is putting in faster laps than anybody, 46.215. But the thing is, even if the race was to finish right now with 4 minutes to go on the clock, he would still place. That's how much that incident has helped him considerably. And he's just gotten to put a 46.74 second lap time. Gap between him and Linus Henson now stands at 2.878 seconds. Finn Stiak in third. Maurice Schmey is now 5.435 seconds. That means that Lucas Hartmann, if he finishes where he is right now, if the gap between him, Henson and Stiak go over 5 seconds, he's going to be P3 at the end of this race. So here we go. Things are changing, ladies and gentlemen. Mats Johan Overhoff, I'm afraid to say, is going to be a retirement as well, because the dreaded blue circle has just appeared. Luca Koster, I think, has just got past Kian Agasade as well. So Luca Koster, a race winner last year in this championship. Mulzen, when he clattered both left wheels on the sidewall coming out of the final corner at Mulzen, has got past Kian Agasade, and Maddox Wiertz is now looking to get past as well. Maddox Wiertz will get the run going into turn one and gets through. Just behind there is Adrian Dobric, I believe. Adrian Dobric there on the Tony Kart from FM Racing. So Kian Agasade was able to profit but hasn't been able to capitalise. Gap now between first and second extends to 2.937 seconds. And Lucas Hartmann still the fastest driver out there. As all that was a bit of a and we've just had a penalty. Well, Luca Thiel, he's not going to be, I'm not at all surprised by that penalty, but it's not going to hurt him. It's not going to hinder him either. It looks like Adrian Dobric has just lost out to Max Busch and Darius Nitu. In the meantime, and yeah, he's down in 11th position. So gap now between first and second extends to just over 3 seconds, but we've got less than 2 minutes to go plus an additional lap. And the way things stand, Lucas Hartmann will have done enough to keep himself in third position, following on from the 5-second penalty that he received at the beginning of this race. And there is a move by Luca Costa, that is on Giuseppe Fico. That is for a genuine 5th place. Good to see Luca Costa have a bit of luck coming his way after what's been a difficult season for him. Been very, very busy, has Luca Costa, as of late. Doing a lot of work with Kartmagazin.de with the likes of Bjorn Niemann, amongst others. And we're into the final 65 seconds. The lead now, 3.162 seconds. I think now it's going to be a case that Henson will be declared the winner on the road. We still have 18 drivers rounded out by the 3:28 of Vivian Michel Heitz. As there's another move there. There's 2 drivers. That is the pairing of Max Busch and Darius Nita. They've got past Kian Agassade, and Kian Agassade now completes the top 10. Is closely being followed by Adrian Dobric from Austria in the 3:35. 35 seconds on the clock. That was Maurice Schmeis just going through into shot ahead of Luca Costa, Giuseppe Fico, Maddox Wirtz. Lucas Thompson ahead of Leander-Luc Schneider, Max Busch and Darius Nitu 8th and 9th respectively. There's Kian Agassade being chased by Adrian Dobric from Austria. 12 on the clock remains for senior Rotax today. 2 more races to conclude their season from tomorrow onwards. For tomorrow, but the timer has struck 0. This time Lucas Hartmann will get the final lap board. Linus Henson will know, I think, that Lucas Hartmann might have a penalty knows that Hartmann will have a penalty coming his way, a 5-second jump start penalty. Finchdiak in 3rd. There's Kian Agassade with Dobric right up the back bumper, going through turn 3 and into 4, now into 5 and into 6. Just see how much lateral sideways movement these drivers are having to contend with. It really tests the core strength and also the abdominal muscles as well. Agassade holds on, but very shortly Lucas Hartmann will cross the line as Maddox Wirtz, Max Busch and also Darius Nitu. They've got through. Hartmann takes the lead on the road, but Henson is the de facto race winner, following on from the 5-second jump start penalty ahead of Finchdiak. Lucas Hartmann will be demoted, but only to 3rd. If Finchdiak was a further second behind Linus Henson, there it is, the change has happened. So Linus Henson by 5.5 tenths of a second ahead of Finchdiak. Lucas Hartmann takes 3rd place, effectively puts him 1.5 seconds behind. Maurice Schmeis in 4th ahead of Luca Costa, Giuseppe Fico, Max Busch, Darius Nitu, Maddox Wirtz and Kian Agassade running out the top 10. Adrian Dobric in 11th ahead of Leander-Luc Schneider, Philipp Keskik, Luisa Keller, Friedrich Michel Heitz, Lasse Reinhardt, Lucas Thompson running out the top 18 positions, and actually was the 18th and final driver. No, Mats Johan Overhoff, Luca Thiel and Bennett Arens unfortunately retiring from the race in the early throws. So 2 more races to go for the penultimate race day of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge season, the 20th anniversary. This fantastic championship that has been promoted by Camp Company GmbH for the last decade and a half. 155 drivers far and wide across Germany and also from other nationalities have competed in this championship over the course of the 101 days. We'll hit day 101 as of tomorrow, which will be Sunday, the 3rd of October 2021. 5 titles still up for grabs, and here is one of those classes. DD2 getting steeled and ready for their final heat. When I mean final heat, tomorrow. Their 2 respective, as we would say in the United Kingdom, their 2 finals for tomorrow. So Mika Metz took the convincing victory earlier on this afternoon with the first race. I do say that tomorrow is another day. That is very much the case with what we have going on for the next few moments. So we are awaiting for these drivers to be released. After this, we will have DD2 Masters, and that will conclude today's action. You can see that the cloud, there's shadow coming onto the circuit. The sun is coming down and looking rather prominent in terms of the positioning of where people are on the track. You can see that the engineering and Parc Fermé area, drivers get weighed, front fairings get checked. That is where the sun seems to be rather prominent. I'm sure that a few people are going to be wearing sunglasses right at this moment, because that sun, being low, is going to be right at their eyeballs. Green flag waves, and here is your grid for race 11 of today, heat 2 for DD2. So Robert Schopian and Jana Stier again line up on the front row. The results from qualifying decide, as I said earlier, the race grid for the both heats today. Mika Metz and Fabian Bock, 464 and 481, that is row 2. Then it is Yannick Jacobs, 401, and Lawrence Seifried, 439, row 3. Row 4, 433, Florian Breitenbach, alongside we'll have the 468 of Hannes Border. Row 5, completing the top 10, it's the 454 of Dennis Thiem and the 488 of Martel. Row 6, it's the 442 of Leon Arndt and the 405 of Tristan Gebhardt. Row 7, it's Marcel Steinert in the 413 and the 409 of Tim Stender. Rounding out the 16-strong grid, 8 rows of competitors in total. Alex Fielenbach in the 431 and Denny Schalau in the 403. So yesterday we did see that Mika Metz went in early for the kill and got the job done rather ruthlessly. He wants this title bad. He wants to represent Team Germany at the Grand Finals in Bahrain. Right, 10 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. The red lights will be on the starting gantry, and when they go out, we will be racing. So hold on to your hats, folks. About to get going here. So we're all starting to tighten up. Keep your eyes on Marcel Steinert. So, into the tram lines. Are we ready? Revs rise. We are. Looks like we are off and racing, and Jana Stier quickly gets her nose ahead of Robert Chopian, who goes back up the inside. But there comes Mika Metz straight away. Stier ends up running right through turn 3, but she gets back behind what mean Yannick Jacobs in the 4:01, who's up from 5th to 3rd. Lauren Seyfried up into what is now going to be effectively 5th place. Then has got Fabian Bock, Hannes Border, Florian Breitenbach not too far behind. Mark Bartels has gotten ahead of Dennis Thiem. And then Leon Arndt is just behind, and then there is now Jana Stier looks to be bullied a little bit here, but she's managed to keep herself in a position where she is ahead of some of the other drivers. But Lawrence Seyfried got his way past, so did Hannes Border, so he drops to
samstags zu präsentieren. Klasse der Rotax DD2 Master ab 18:23 Uhr.
Scheiß mal alle vielleicht nicht wissen, da gibt es sogar noch einen Kommentar.
Well, just having watched the previous lap and the previous couple of races, apologies there, slight technical problem with the internet at Wittgenborn, but things are back to some form of normality because Thomas Piet has just taken the victory in the final heat of the DD2 Masters class. He took the victory by just over 2.5 tenths of a second ahead of Daniel Schollenberger. Marco Winkler rounds out the top 3 positions ahead of looks like 5:24. So let's just see if we can have the results up on the screen very, very shortly. Tommy Helfinger rounds out the top 5 ahead of Andreas Frenzel. Andreas Neumann, Stefan Grabau, Klaus Panert finished ahead of Konrad Bayer, who completes the top 10 overall. Tanju Yildiz in 11th position with Weineborn, unfortunately at the back end grid. Well, that concludes today's action. So for us, and then tomorrow start things off at 10:20 tomorrow morning. That the last salvo of races, 14 in total to decide our 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany champions here at Motorsport Club Wittgenborn Vogelsbergring, here not too far outside of Wexelsbach, literally a 5-minute drive outside. So from me, Alex Goldschmidt, your English-speaking live stream commentator on the Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel. Thank you very much for joining us. Join us tomorrow as los geht's für die Meisterschaft. Go for the championships tomorrow. Find out who will be representing Team Germany in Bahrain.